Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What's happening, man? How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm great. I watched your documentary, The Alabama Solution, last night. It was wild. It's very, very disturbing. Kind of shocked to have heard more about it.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Everybody, stop what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, whatever you think's important, stop what you're doing because we're all on Riser's time. We have to listen to his shitty microphone. Literally, it sounds like I'm in a fucking JanSport backpack. Come on, man.
Seriously, still?
Dude, it's like you're blowing into your microphone.
That can't be that bad.
It sucks.
No, it's not making noise when I'm not speaking. It's good.
Okay, fine. How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names, thankfully. When are we going to watch the Michael Jackson documentary, dog?
Yeah, your mic is glitching out or something.
Yo, dog, I'm perfect.
No, it sounds like you're in Nigeria, right in the capital of Nigeria.
Yeah, well, that's known as Lagos. And it would be a privilege to be in Lagos because all Nigerians, including Bitcoin Obama, are amazing individuals. Next question.
Amen. But their mic quality is a little shady at times.
Dog.
About 99% uptime on shady mics.
All right. When are you going to answer my question and not critique?
Is there a coin? Is there going to be a coin that solves the Nigerian mic problem?
Yeah, it's called Jansport Backpack. Next question.
What the fuck is that?
It's a type of backpack, dog.
How does that solve the mic issue?
Because your mic sounds like it's in a Jansport backpack. Their mics are pretty much perfect, but to please you, they will have the Jansport backpack mic coin. You still haven't answered my question, and I'm still awaiting an answer.
Well, I'm gonna play a documentary tonight, as usual. How is your Michael Jackson documentary?
Doug, stop this. Stop this. That's what I want to watch.
I thought you watched it without me.
I didn't. I waited for you.
You're supposed to watch it.
Dude, it's the number one. I didn't want to do it without you. So I did read some. I read comments and stuff, and it seems to be really, really interesting. So let's watch that tonight. Yo, dog.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi. I don't know. Normally it's not dodgy. It could be me, but I don't think it is.
Dude,
it's fine.
It's totally you. I hear myself on another device.
You read some comments? Okay.
Yeah, no, it sucks. I should probably.
I can mostly hear you.
No. It sucks. Can you wait 2 minutes and let me restart my computer?
Sure.
Excellent. Riser, can you hear me? No.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you can?
Yeah.
Is it better? Too soon to tell.
To hear it a little bit more.
Too soon to tell. Okay, but that's all right.
No, it's still choppy. Still choppy.
Yeah, my I hear that. Just give my device a second to start up. Just a moment. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Yeah, it's super choppy.
Okay, all right.
If I go on Twitter, would that be better?
No. Just hold on.
I think you probably still hear me talking. There is a really sick documentary called Word Wars about Brabble, I believe, and that's on the list as well.
Okay, when are we gonna watch the Michael Jackson one though?
Is it about his death?
No.
And, like the doctor and shit?
Dog.
Is it about the Jackson 5?
No.
Is it about What's it about? What part of his life is it about?
It's about the accusations that were made against him and how they could be false.
Okay, I mean, I'm down to watch it. I don't think my mom would probably be interested in that one.
Why the fuck not?
Unfortunately, she likes to shelter herself from like negative stuff. I mean, similar to what Michael Jackson probably wants too. But
Doug,
she
she
doesn't
watched
like
a
topics that involve child abuse.
she watched a fucking Pet Cemetery documentary, perhaps one of the most boring documentaries of all time, that circled around death of animals.
No, it was a positive documentary on giving them a good sending off into the next life. See, I think there's a stigma around cemeteries, and people think that they're morbid places, but that documentary really changed my perspective and really like gave me a view that it's not actually. I mean, it's a sad place, but it's not actually necessarily a negative place. Because we all go at some point. You want to give your furry friend a good resting spot. There's really, it's like a nice gesture almost,
Okay.
and a better alternative than chucking them into soup.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Can you hear me?
I can. I don't. We'll see if how choppy it is.
Yeah.
If you can hear you, then you'll hear your choppy.
No, I know. I can tell that. Okay, I want to just quickly say.
I know some people in Nigeria that have some good microphones that they can lend you.
Yeah, I bet they sound like they're in a backpack. Doug, I've been publishing articles recently, and I think they're amazing. I think they're probably the most sound logic articles in the history of humankind. And when you have time, I want you to listen to them. And they're only like 2 minutes long. They're not really long, but they're going to change the world. And I just want you to know that. Is that okay?
You're not using AI, you're like actually writing them yourself?
No, I do use AI, but this is what I do. I talk into my phone and I say, I'm writing an article on XYZ, and I want to make sure to. This is the point that I'm making. So, like, the arguments that I'm making are about ad hominem attacks. If you don't know what ad hominem attacks, it's Latin. Ad means against, and homonym means the person or the man. So basically, instead of critiquing someone for their shitty mini golf play, you just say that they are a shitty mini golfer, or they're an anti good mini golf player, or whatever. Like, you just attack the individual. And I think that's unfair. And I also think that there's a strategy, a very important strategy in debate, that is basically, it's what I call the king of the hill uh, element, which is like if you can call out your opponent for using ad hominem attacks, it becomes like a meta paradoxical um, element that allows you to basically take the high ground in the argument, because you're basically calling them out for calling using name calling, and then you're going to destroy their argument. It's like added.
I mean, the same is true with, like, regardless of the fallacy that you're pointing out. Any fallacy that you're pointing out in your opponent's debating skills is probably good.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
But especially the homonym.
I agree with that. What did you call it?
Especially the ad hominem.
Yeah, no, 100.
Because it's like the lowest form of attack.
Exactly.
Even like the presidential debate with like Biden and Trump, it's like they're not supposed to use that, and they're still like using it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, when Trump calls Hillary Lying Hillary or whatever, or he calls Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, I think the best thing that they could have said is that's an ad hominem attack.
Yeah, no, that would be an amazing comeback if you said that.
Wait, I'm serious because not only does it deflect whatever the reference is, but then makes him look bad for resorting to that type of a tactic.
I agree. I
Exactly.
agree.
Exactly. So
And especially when it's like supposed to be in like a professional setting, and it's not done just in like presidential debates. Like there's in like courtrooms or like any like formal setting, it still happens where people are trying to like slander people with ad hominems.
I agree. And so
Or in the like Senate of like the U.S., especially like with Pam Bondi or Cash Patel or whatever, like those what the hell are they called?
hearings.
Attorney generals or governors. The governors are even like using them against people in the Senate.
Okay, you mean Congress people, not governors. And I know you're not American,
Oh
so
yeah,
I
sorry.
get that. I get that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. And I hate it. And I see this done all the time. And so uh I would really like to. This is it's a 5 minute read, but you can listen to it, which makes it like 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. I am going to. I really want your opinion on this because it's exactly what we're talking about, and I'm going to share it with you. And you can just listen to it on your phone right now, and I'll be here, and then I want somebody's opinion on this because I think it's really good. At one time, I was making this argument to Caspian Sea, and maybe I wasn't making it properly, or he was just not paying attention, which I totally understand. But I want somebody to like understand what I'm saying. So I just sent it to you. It's in your Discord messages. All you need to do is click on it, and then once you click on it, there is a. Let me make sure this is an option. I don't want you to have to read it. I mean, you can, but I want you to just be able to listen to it. But if you can't listen to it, then we're gonna find.
I can read it.
Okay.
No problem. I'll digest it better if I read it.
Okay. I'll be quiet, and I very much appreciate this.
All right. All good. I'm starting. Sectarian night.
Word.
Okay, I've read it.
What are your thoughts?
What has inspired you to write this article? Why did you write it?
Great question. So, I'm going to be featured on a series of 5 podcasts starting on Monday for the next 5 weeks. On the first one is on life extension. The second one is on improvement of the Earth. Third is on mega projects. Fourth is on
Finding alien life or search for life.
No, that's the fifth one. Fourth is on space exploration, and fifth is on the search for intelligent life. And I have like an outline of what I'm going to say, and it's really short. Because we have so many subjects to cover, and the podcaster slash radio host who I'm doing this with, we only have like a 20-minute window for each podcast. They're not really that long, so I have to get a lot in. So basically, I was sending him what my overview was, and he liked it. And then I asked him later on if I could put out a press release just announcing that we were going to be doing this series. And he said, yeah. And so I wrote a press release and I sent him uh, the draft of it to approve, and he said it looked great. And then I started submitting it yesterday to different um, press release wires. And if you know how a press release wire works, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Basically, you have to make sure it gets approved. It has to be newsworthy. It can't be an article. But that element of it, the article part, stuck out in my mind. So I was like, well, this isn't an article. It's basically an announcement of an upcoming futurism series that I'm going to be having with this Australian radio host. And then I started publishing it on some free PR or uh, press wires. And um, then I just watched it start to populate on Google. And these are like really strong terms that I want to associate myself with, like futurism and um, life extension and all that other kind of stuff that I like. And why this is important is because when someone uses AI to learn about me, I want it to be more about how I talk about futurism and less about how I bot people on Kick. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I admit I bought people on Kick. I think it's an excellent strategy that I use, but people don't really know about me. And I want them to know what my thoughts are and what I discuss. And like, you and I have long form discussions on things weekly that are really interesting for people to be able to listen. Could easily be podcasts, if they had a little more structure. However,
Yeah, I mean, we talked about AI like for 8 hours, like just to talking about the PGA, why the PGA isn't creating a mini golf tournament.
exactly, that's a really interesting thing. But the way that Google and other search engines index, they don't have the ability to be able to take those words out yet from the transcript and publish them. So it just is whatever I title a video on YouTube is what it's going to be, and it already takes me.
I made I used there's like some like kind of it's some tool by Google that is like basically like a cloud computer that you can use, and I used that like tool to download the transcript of one of your 10-hour Twitter videos. Like I specified the time frame where you're talking about the ad marketplace, and then it was grabbed the like downloaded the video, then downloaded the time frame that I wanted in the transcript and did all that for me. But yeah, inherently the video did not, I guess, have it. You had to use an external tool.
Right. So at least with YouTube, which so you did this with X or YouTube?
I used some Google tool that allowed me to do like some cloud computer thing and run code and then do everything with like uh, some pre-built like tools or whatever on top of it.
I get that. Did you use an X link or
The
you?
video is from X. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
yeah.
X had the good best audio, I think.
I that's probably true. It's facing me. It has the recording near me. I agree with you on that. Um, okay, and did it do it?
Yeah, it did, and my voice was like very like distant and like backgroundy, but it still did a good job of plucking out what I was saying too, which was more impressive. It wasn't perfect, but it had like a pretty solid, like considering how poor the audio quality was, it did a good job.
Right. And those microphones are not facing you. I do have microphones that are facing you. So you could, I'm sure somebody could take them and combine them to get really great audio quality and then suppress everything in the background. So that's great. Okay. So, like, exactly what you did is going to be done a lot easier in the future. And then the transcripts will be like searchable as well in an easier fashion. But I put out so much content that it would take me all day to retitle things and say what the summaries of what everybody said and everything. It's just no. When I
No,
first
you can use AI and automate all that.
No, you couldn't, not with my devices.
No, but I think you could have a computer that is just downloading the transcripts of all your streams and summarizing them and uploading them somewhere.
I I tend to doubt that under current uh, processing and capabilities. Here's why. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now. And let's say I had one supercomputer, right? How is it going to properly input the title and the description and make sure that you're logged into the right account and it's under the right video? It's like there's too much segregation amongst the different accounts. Maybe on one is a lot easier. But then on top of that, It has to do X. It has to do Instagram. It has to do TikTok. It would spend all
I
day.
think if you're just getting the transcript, though, you don't need 20 versions of the same transcript. You can just grab it from a good source. And maybe there's like two streams that capture like Discord calls versus your like room the best. So you could combine two streams, but it's possible to download the transcript because I've done it. And then you could build like a bot because you're good at building bots, and then make a bot that just creates a video title for like the content that it scraped.
I agree, but then I only have one video that has the transcript in it. And then what happens, which inevitably happens with a lot of my accounts, you just lose it for whatever reason. Copyright, or because Zoot talks about ending everything, or whatever. Like, then all that.
I'm not sure. I'm saying that like the transcript, like regardless of your stream, it's the same audio. It's not like with a video you have a different angle, but the audio is the same or virtually the same.
I get
depending
that.
on the mic quality, but
I get that. And I mean, I really feel like we're less than a year away from when you go to a YouTube video, it just tells you a summary of what the transcript says.
I mean, they have Gemini, like you can summarize and ask questions with AI on YouTube videos. Now I use it all the time.
Right, it's great. And it's very accurate. But what I'm saying is, without even having to plug that in, it will just give you an AI summary of every video. We're not far away from that. Wouldn't you agree?
They started doing that on Facebook, and I think for some reason it went away because it was pissing people off, myself included. But it was just like we had some random Facebook post, and then it's giving me an AI summary of the Facebook post. I'm like, this really just at least give me the option to like exclude this because it was super annoying. Now I don't see it for some reason, but I didn't even have the option to get rid of it.
I agree. I made a video on this topic to some extent for Instagram. If I say to you, fire monk, what do you think of?
Like a self-immolating monk.
Exactly. Like that guy, his name is Quinn Duc Thon, from Vietnam in the 1960s. That guy, right?
Yeah, protesting or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. 100%. Thank you. Okay, so I typed that into Instagram, and the first thing that comes up, it was like this AI description of like some video game. And it's like, dog, this man sacrificed his fucking life against really religious oppression, and 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 yet Mark Zuckerberg and Instagram think that someone who would look this up, a very historical event, would instead want some stupid game that nobody cares about. Or maybe if you cared about, that's fine, but like it's not as important to me. So I just made this whole video of like, what in the F are you doing with your AI? Where
do you know the reason why? It's because like the reason I know this is account on Instagram I follow he just does like these like little improv like commentaries on these like stupid internet clips. And so I was sending him this video of this guy who fell underneath a moving train, and there's like a gondola train, and the train is moving. This guy's trapped underneath the moving train, and his like hillbilly redneck buddy is like, "Oh, you're you're hooped, bud." And then the train is like accelerating, and they are like suspected that there's like a crow catcher at the end of it, which is like this giant like shovel thing like that scrapes behind the locomotive and will basically it won't be good if you get hit by the crow scraper. And so then the dude somehow, like, there was enough timing between like every other car where like the wheels were far enough apart where he could like squeak under, and so he he managed to just tumble like just barely underneath the car. Yo, no. Wait in there. But yeah, I sent it to that guy, and then he was like, "Yeah, I can't review this commentary because it violates Instagram's terms and conditions, which is basically promoting violence of any kind will result in account ban. So, like, you cannot post gore and any like dangerous content on Instagram apparently. Which I see a lot of dangerous content on Instagram because you post rock climbing videos, but like rock climbing is dangerous and like all types of shit that people do is dangerous, but like anything, I guess, it's a little gray area because like where do you draw the line between dangerous and not, but that's why it probably didn't show up.
No, it does show up, but you really have to search for it. I agree with you though. Um, it gives you a whole um, description of it, but that's a newsworthy event. That's a historical event, and to me, it was just like Zuckerberg equating the some video game with some historical event. There should be different weight that's given. The historical event is much more impactful than some fucking.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a freedom of speech kind of debate, but arguably, like, I don't know, there's children on the platform, and it's like you don't want to promote all these horrible events to kids or whatnot. So
Yeah,
there's other sites like Wikipedia that will tell you all about that if you search for it, or any other site really.
That's true. The whole this is something that drives me bonkers is that they allow children on Instagram, and
not in Australia apparently. Did you hear that news?
Yeah, 16. Zoot's pissed off about it because they shut down Pornhub.
Oh, 16? Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zoot cannot check the charts now without a VPN.
Yeah, and he doesn't. And did you know Bonnie Blue faked her pregnancy?
Yeah, I figured that was just sad line.
Yeah, so Zoot's in shambles. He was going to be a father, he thought.
Yeah, it was like a 1 in 30,000 chance, I guess.
Perhaps. So, well, in LA, they just had a trial for Meta and YouTube or Alphabet, and they lost. And it was basically these platforms push content on children, and they do. And I remember having a major issue with Facebook when it opened up to 13-year-olds. I remember thinking, in order to make a contract with someone, you need to be the age of majority. You need to be 18 years old. And basically, you're asking children to enter into a contract, which is unenforceable. And I just never thought that was that was proper. Now, Congress said that they made some law that said that you couldn't scrape any data on anyone under 13. So that's why that's why 13 is the big number. But with all that being said, I, as an adult, should be able to have a setting that says, don't show me anything from anyone under 18. I feel that is normal. Like, I don't want to see children. I don't want to see some kid who's doing a TikTok dance or whatever. That's fine that they want to do that. That's cool. I don't want it. In my opinion, Instagram and all that should have a teen app, just a different app. You should have to be 18 years old to use Instagram or TikTok or whatever else, and everything else should be under that. I understand that kids are not going to necessarily um, follow those rules, but there's nothing I can do about that. Here's what happens to me. I I really do my best to just, I mean, even in this Discord, every single person who I send an invite to says, please join if you are an adult. When kids come in here, I have to ask how old they are. I had to kick kids out yesterday. I feel like the old man on the porch saying, get off my lawn. But basically, I have to do that. And, um, and it's really, to me, you could, you can have all kinds of things like, well, like Instagram already allows this. Like they call them like whatever, they call them like banned words or whatever. You can say, don't show me anything for, I don't know, Venezuela or Canada, or don't, not just or about German shepherds, or about the color purple. You know what I'm talking about? You can just say, don't show me anything with this word.
Yeah, like filters,
Filtered words,
basically.
yeah, exactly. But you can't do that for people's ages. And I'm not saying that it should be for all ages, but at least minors. I mean, to me, I feel like we should protect minors, but also protect adults. Uh, there should be a separation there, and there isn't. And I just think that that's bad. Here's what happens to me, and it's even stopped me from following anybody uh, with knowledge on TikTok. Here's what happens. Uh, I created this bot on TikTok that just basically like takes a random song and uploads it or whatever. Okay, well, whenever those random songs are uploaded, there's like a couple minutes in there while they're uploading that TikTok just shows me a random account. And sometimes the people who do the random account do lip syncing like I do, and it's really good, and it's to a song that I really like. And so I'll be like, oh, I want to follow that person just like a normal individual would. So I'll follow, and I followed maybe a few dozen people who were singing a song that I liked, and they were lip syncing it just like I do. But then I started looking into the accounts that I was following, and one of them I see says, like I thought I saw somebody who looked underage, and I looked at their profile and it said 19. So I'm like, okay, this person's just young. But then I started checking all of the ones, and one of them in there was some girl who had a parent. It's called parent managed account, and so basically this parent is I'm sure their kid was like, hey, I want to be on TikTok or whatever, and the parent was like, okay, but I'm going to manage your account. So anyway, one of the people who was just singing a song fully clothed, all that, I had followed. So I went through and unfollowed every single person because I don't want to be following anybody who's not of age. And I just feel as a user, I shouldn't have to make that sacrifice. I shouldn't have to say, I'm not following anybody because the site is showing me children and I don't want to be following children. I don't think that that's uh, a good uh, strategy, a good look, a
Strategy.
good, yeah, exactly. Um, I
Yeah.
I just don't want to. I mean, I feel, and the fact is, you can say, don't show me on a platform, don't show me anything about iPhones or cats or whatever, but you can't say, don't show me children. It's like the app is forcing it on people. They're forcing children to see adult things, and they're forcing adults to interact with minors, and I don't think that's right.
Yeah, I mean, typically in society, like people the same age, like hang out together majorly, unless they're like a teacher or something, um, or a parent.
That's true.
So
That's true. And there are,
it's kind of like why just because the internet exists, it's just like too much of a clusterfuck, and there's not enough borders in place to like, or any friction from preventing those.
They already
groups from interacting really.
They already.
Like on social media, like TikTok, like anyone can just make an account and interact with anyone. It's just too open.
They already do this. They say you have to be 13 to be able to use the site. So they're already drawing the line at 13. And I'm saying draw a line at 18 so that I don't have to interact with any of these people.
Yeah, I think in Australia, I mean, it's kind of an interesting experiment to see if that will even work. I think it might backfire because I think the kids will still have phones and tablets, and they're just going to be like, okay, we can't use Instagram, but we can use Skype. And then they're going to download Skype, and then they're going to be in a group, like some group, and potentially be exposed to horrific things because there's no regulations in place to prevent random internet people from interacting with children. And there's probably could be like less moderation on those sites that they flee to, like refugees.
Okay.
Internet TikTok refugees.
That's fine. Skype's not even a thing anymore. It was shut down by Microsoft, so I get what you're saying. But like, there aren't that many places, and at least for the big ones, I don't know. I just don't want to see children, and that's my prerogative. There's no thing on there to say don't show me kids, or at least kids accounts. Some people want to show them with their family. That's fine. I mean, whatever. But I'm following the adult. I don't want to be following the 17-year-old person, and I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. And I'm on social media so much that this is just a setting that I think is necessary. I see a lot of adult people on X that use the phrase MDNI. Have you ever seen this phrase, MDNI?
No.
Minors do not interact. Now, I didn't know what that meant, so I had to look it up. But it's basically like, don't interact with my stuff if you're not 18 years old. And I see it on X. I see it on Discord. I mean, if you look at my Discord profile, it says 18 plus. I don't want to talk with anybody. It's a big thing. Like,
I mean, if you go to a bar in society, it's like, okay, you have to be 21 or 18. Hang on, where it is. It's like, they don't just allow children in those places.
I agree.
Or strip club or something.
I agree.
Like there's rules.
I agree. Here's an interesting one.
But the internet is just very lawless.
In its own way, yeah. And that's changing. Okay, so X. In order to download X from the Google Play Store or iOS Store, it says it's a different kind of app. It's different than Instagram and Snapchat and all that other stuff that you can be 13. That one says you have to be 18 because they just straight up show porn on it. However, I get a lot of guys in Africa who don't give a shit about that, and they just make accounts. And then they come in here and ask how to get a job and everything, and I'm like, all right, well, create all these different social media profiles, and they're like, I can't, I'm not 18. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I met you on X. I'm assuming that you're 18 because it says that you have to be 18 on X. But it's just like, it's a loophole. And I get it. When I was under 18, I would have been doing the same thing. I mean, I can't say that I didn't ever say that I wasn't, that I was 18, just to get into websites or whatever. But it's just like an expectation that I have.
Did you hear of were you aware of the thing called the 20-minute workout? Did you ever hear about that?
Enlighten me, please. Sounds familiar.
It's just like these workout videos, I guess, in like the 80s or something. And since there was not like widespread pornography back then, it was like the most provocative thing on TV that you could watch. And so these like little like aerobic exercise videos would come out, and the women are in like these like bathing suits and like doing some suggestive aero exercises, and That was like the closest thing that people had, almost.
With you,
Practically.
with you saying that, yes, I know what you're talking about, and in my mind, as a young person, it just wasn't sexualized by that. I just saw those as people who were exercising. But I know what you're talking about. The exercises that they were doing were, if you look at them with that type of uh, view, then they're very sexualized.
Yeah. The closest thing on public TV that you would see, practically.
Absolutely. Okay, did you like my ad hominem attack article?
I did.
Was it
I'm
the
headed to pickleball now, though, so
okay?
I gotta
Nobody
run.
gives a shit about pickleball, dog. I want to watch this Michael Jackson documentary.
I don't know if my mother will want to watch that one,
All right, dog.
but maybe. What's it about?
It's
I
a
know you told me what it's about. I don't know. We'll see. But I gotta run.
all right, big dog. Take care.
Later.
Peace. Come on, class kids.
This is really the fun in the kid. You're a grandpa of 9. Yeah. You got 9 grandchildren. There's a 56. Let's introduce. It's Josh Wolf. Josh Wolf, one of my favorite people. The best. And a great comic and a great human being. You're at Cap City this week. Cap City is Cap City. Great club, man. Great club. I just talked to Mark Grossman yesterday. Great club. Great club. How are the guys? And you'll sell well there. Yeah. Great. Yeah. I love. I've always come to even the old Cap City. Remember that old room? Yeah. I love that old room. I like those the strip mall. Yeah. Yeah. But I like those long, kind of flat looks. Yes. Yeah, I love that. It's a great. Yeah, I love that place. I remember the old Cap Cities. Yeah. That was old. Oh, God. Yeah. God, I love that place. A low ceiling comedy club is where all of the energy, there's nowhere to go, comes flying. I have so many great memories of that. Yeah. And then there's opposite because when you do San Antonio, it's like the ceilings. It's like crazy. In that place in Minneapolis, in the mall, All of America. It's just a little. It's a little cavernous. The first time I went, the manager was like, "Hey, you're playing." And I said, "No." And he was like, "Just so you know," he said, "unless this place is sold out, a lot of times you'll see them laughing, you just won't hear it." I was like, "What?" They're right in front of me. And he goes, "Yeah, but that was a club where a guy had a seizure in my front row, a seizure, and I mean, mass exodus, just ambulance, stretcher. That's the end of that show, But yeah, you're right. If it's not packed, and even if it is, it's just. We had a woman, I do a residency. I live in Vegas. I have a residency there. That's fucking right. We're in Vegas now. And this woman passed out of her. You know that noise a head makes when it hits something soft? Like that. Don't rip from top of yeah. When they fall without their hands. You're like, oh, for sure, thank God. Oh, God. She fell. Donk. And it made that noise where even in the middle of the show, everyone was like, oh, what's up? Oh, my fucking God. Bleeding from the brain. And then when she got up, it's so funny when people get up and they're like, I'm fine. And you look at them and they have like I'm like, no, you're not. You're not. Dude, I was at the rodeo with my family. There's this little kid in like overalls couldn't be more country. But the dad has him standing on the top of the bleachers. And you can tell he's probably 5 or 6. Oh, Christ. He's so nervous. I'm just like, you mind if I touch the kid? I'm not. Yeah. Not touching kids. I'm touching kids. Come on. He got him. Like, all right. Kid. What is going on? I was mad at the dad. I'm like, you fucking idiot. The kid's crying. And then dad's like, he's fine. I'm like, what? Ice or something? He's like, no, he's fine. And then the kid for the rest of the rodeo, he was just a bunch of empty rest of the rodeo. Just. Yeah, man. Yeah. Kids like cops. Yeah. Hey, dad. Hey, shitty dad of the year. Just staring at the horses like. But dad, like, you good, boy? How many times were you concussed in high school football and nobody gave a million? Oh, dude. A million? Oh, you might have given college. I got him to in college, too. They just call it getting your bell rung. And then I was the guy because I was fullback and I was the wedge buster on kickoff, too. So I remember going to a film study on, like, Sunday. They'd be like, all right, let's watch Shop. Get fucked up here. I was like, yeah. And then even then, I'm like, this can't be good. Like, I'm known as the meathead. No concussions in baseball, though. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Zero. Although the kid this past weekend the pitcher took a straight hard line drive to the throw. No. Stud pitchers named Hill. He's throwing heat. Like they're like 9 and 10 throwing like 58, 60 at the same. So insane. That's at 60 feet, right? Yeah. You're not on the full field yet. No, not on the full field. I mean, he's throwing heat. Come on. He's like, goes to the ground. I'm like, I can't text his dad. You all right? Get on up now. Get on up. Breathe, son. Get on up. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm Colorado kid. Like, oh my God, is he all right? And the dad's like, don't touch him. Don't touch him. And he's like, breathe, son. And he's pitched the rest of the game. I'm like, different. Oh, they're just stud. It's a different rub some dirt on it. But dude, you look great. You're on, and you two got the same comment. I've been on it for a hot second. Yeah, it's my first week. We're the TRT boys. We're the TRT boys. Good new boy band. Now TRT. Oh, what's up? Oh my God. Dude, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for TRT. Can't dance, they can't sing, but they are TRT boys. No rhythm, no rhythm. They got energy. Yep, the guy on the left is Jewish, and the guy in the middle is Samoan.
The oldest dudes with the smallest nuts.
Yeah. Right. Oh, your nuts. My nuts haven't shrunk up. They haven't been on long. Oh, okay. I bet you your nuts go. I think our work series is done. Yeah. They pulled up shop.
Really? They're going back to their original home.
Yeah. Mine are like the size of like small grain. Are they? Yeah. But you're taking a lot. I'm not taking a lot. I'm taking very little. But why did you get on it? Because you've always been shredded. We were just talking about. Usually when people like start to lose like the definition of the muscle and like lose some weight, that's when guys are like, I should probably do something.
It wasn't anything the way I looked, honestly. Thanks for bringing that up.
It had a difference. That's a baby dick, so
that is not great. It doesn't make your dick shrink.
That's a tiny dick. Whose dick is that?
Yeah, that's a tough look.
That's a tough look. That looks like a child's dick. So
honestly, it looks like a thumb.
Yeah, big balls on the left though.
It looks like Brett Favre's dick.
Yeah,
his dick looks crossed.
Yeah, I love that.
I kept that dick pic. It's the only dick pic I've kept on my phone, but it made me laugh. I'm like, this dude, he looks like a thumb with no nails.
Yeah, he's awesome. But who convinced you to do TRT?
Honestly, it had nothing to do with the way I looked. It had to do with I love working out. It's like I have an addictive personality. So if I don't get to the gym, it's not good for me.
Yeah.
So, but my workouts were, and my recovery was
just dragging.
Yeah, dude. After that first half hour, I was like, I don't got it.
Especially the recovery. That's when you're like, dude, what the hell's going on?
I couldn't walk up the stairs of my fucking house after
that
day. So I was like, I'm gonna try this. Plus, I travel a lot. You know,
that beats you up. People don't realize it. Like, sleep and all that, get out your routine. And when you're touring, you're doing. For me, like I would work out and then I'd be on stage for at least 2.5 hours a night, and I found myself for the first time being really tired.
Yeah.
In the middle of shows.
Yeah.
Like as in, like I do my first show and I was like, I don't want to go out there. I'm tired. And then by the end of it, I was like, oh, I'm going home. And once I got back, I got on TRT. I literally don't have that anymore. I have that energy again. How long have I been telling? There's some weird taboo thing with TRT. Be like, oh, steroids. Like, let's say you're deficient in vitamin D.
Yeah.
You go to the doctor and they're like, hey, we did the blood work. Your vitamin D is so low. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna get it back to optimal levels.
Yes.
That's the same thing as testosterone. So it's way more important. Ways to well got deep in it. So ways to well, like Denise was like, she goes, look, your overall testosterone is high. But you got to look at your free testosterone. You got to look at what's available. You got to look at your sex binding hormone, your sex hormone binding cocktail, which is when you get older, especially from Mediterranean descent, it's higher. It sucks up all the testosterone. Yes, so if you look at, if you understand somebody who really understands the endocrine system, she was like, I'm just telling you, I'm not telling you to do it. There are other things you can do. I go, well, let's just do it. Let me see what happens.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, with Ways to Well, like I've been on TRT for so long. Ways to Well is it's like a peptide clinic, health clinic, just close to here. It's a health clinic. If you want to go, you can definitely say
I do because I want to get into these peptides.
Got you. Say less. I got you. My boy, bring him. We'll connect you after this. It's close to here.
Really?
But because I was on TRT forever, dude. When I retired first thing, I was like, where's the testosterone?
How come? Because you've always been a big dude.
Yeah, so training as much. Yeah, but I think energy, especially once I started having kids, like keeping up with those critters, and then really just energy. Like this morning, like now I'm good. Like this morning, my baby girl woke me up at 3:30, and once I'm up. There's no really. Let me go give her and then you can't go back to bed. No. If Billy wakes me up at 2, 3, that's all right. That's so I've been up since 3. I'm good, baby. I'm fucking great. Yeah. I'll go from here. I get 2 shows. I do this workout that they get a film, and then I'll take Tiger to practice. I'll be on my feet for 2.5 hours. Yeah. I'll go home. I'm good, dude. I'm good. But my thing is TRT. This is where the taboo comes from. There's bro science. So I was doing like, say you're doing 5, I was doing like 12. Whoa. Correct. And I was like 12 things.
How much do you do?
I do a total of 80 milligrams a week. So I do that much in the syringe in the like every other day. So I was doing my thing is I was doing 12 because this is where the bro science came in. No one, I just got a prescription from some random dude that made it happen. That random doctor. No one did my blood work. So I was doing all this stuff. I wasn't feeling great. My libido was shot. I had all these issues. So then when I went to Ways to Well, they actually did blood work and broke it down. Like, first of all, you're doing way too much. Like, this is why you're feeling like this. And then added some peptides. Your boy's cooking out, cooking. Yeah, you got to do it with the supervision of a doctor. First thing I asked you, because a lot of people just do it on their own. Like, hold on. You got to look at your levels and have somebody who really knows what the fuck they're doing, because it's a very delicate process. I am going to do what you suggested, though, just break it up. I just put it microdosing is really good because what happens is, so every other day, I'll do like a very small amount because you don't get these spikes. You don't get this like high. So if you take Cypionate, some people do it, but I'm saying for somebody my age, like they were telling me, just try to microdose. Everyone should, because if you do 5 or whatever is 8 IUs all at once, your testosterone goes whoop, and then the way it's back down. Yeah. So by Saturday, Sunday, you're like, oh man. But by breaking it up, then you're constantly like this. When my doctor said I was going to have increased libido, I told my wife, she was like, well, I want you to know I'm not on testosterone. So those days are over. Yeah, she was like, you're going to figure out what you're going to do with that. But I think the quote she said was, hard pass and a flaccid pass. Yeah. Pass. Yeah, no, my wife is 23 years younger, and when I say I woke up this morning with a dick that would blunt a cat's claw. If a cat came and attacked my dick, the cat would come out with blunt claws. That's how hard it was. You never really had a problem. I never have, but it's teenage. I mean, but how's your wife feel? She feels good. See, but I have this buddy, I don't say who, I don't want to give away, but so his wife was constantly taking naps, not waking up for the kids, like not, just no energy, just kind of a bummer to be around. And so my wife was like, man, you should probably get your blood work checked out. So we sent her to Ways to Well. She does her blood work, and they're like, oh my God. Yeah, like, first of all, it's not only for guys, your testosterone, there's 0. Yeah. It's important for women too. Like, it's 0. I'm gonna have her get that. Yeah. So, and then she did this dude. Her husband's like, "But you saved our marriage." God, like she's a different person. He's like, "I have hormones, right?" Yeah, it's all hormones. And he's like, "I had no clue about any of this." He's like, "Since she's done it, it's like we've gone back 20 years." Do they have to balance the estrogen also? They do all of that. They do all progesterone. It's such a minuscule amount for women. Yeah. I mean, she has a huge cock up. Her energy's there. I mean, her energy's there. You're right. You're right about the testosterone for women, which I didn't know. Yeah. They will manipulate that because women, if you're really healthy, you have a certain level of testosterone as well as progesterone. It's a balancing act, right? But to your point, like if your hormones are off, you are fucked. And most people are walking around, they don't get enough sleep, they don't eat right, they got stress, all these things. That's already throwing things off. Then with age, and also when you have testosterone low, like your immune system shots, sick more. Yes. It's so important. I'm really interested as to how it's going to change my body because I've always been kind of jacked. Yeah, that's insane. I've always been. You probably put on a little weight. Like I've put on maybe so far 3 pounds. But in your dick, just in your tummy, and just in my tummy. Just in the tummy. You have love handles now? No. You don't have TRT love handles? No, I don't have kid love. Okay. That'll be your name in the group. Love handles. Yes. I got a little pimple on my neck, and I'm so paranoid of staph. And I was like, I have staph. And they're like, at the studio, they're like, it's ingrown hair. Yeah. Or you're taking TRT and you're getting pimples. I was like, what the fuck? You jump right to staph? Right. He's like, so afraid of it. That's what you're afraid of? Well, because staph's no joke, and so I'm rolling around a lot, and I'm just always worried about it. I mean, if you're seeing the benefits of TRT, like, there's so many beneficial peptides, too. It's wild. I mean, when you go to Ways Well, you're like, why? Can I just say where I noticed it? Like, I know it sounds without, but, like, my hands, I know it sounds weird, but, like, when I was hitting mitts, when I posted that thing, like the difference in like I was hitting this and I saw the video. Somebody took it and I was like, oh, I was so slow. And then I was just slower.
I was just fucking, and I took after TRT. Like I feel like my hands are like I'm just stronger. I'm faster.
You sent some Gina Carano's with. Just kidding. She would have slow.
Oh, she does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I should be fighting again.
She went Ronda, May 14th.
Well, how old are they? She's older than
She's
Ronda,
39.
right?
No, she's 40. She's over 40.
Is Ronda also over 40?
Ronda might be 39, 38.
She's 38. Is that a fight you're interested in watching?
No. You know, I'm a degenerate, so I'll watch Bubba's fight. I'll stick straight.
Well, dude, I'll watch Bubba's fight.
Yeah, me too. I'll break it down.
Yeah,
I'll give his left hand a little higher. But, but yeah, I'll watch that. Yeah, the card overall, they just announced a full card. The card's good.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. You swear?
I'm dying.
Free. Movies like Titanic, Dreamgirls, and Gladiator. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Like, what is? I remember Gina fighting early on.
Well, dude, she hasn't fought 15 years.
Yeah. So is that?
They're doing movies. Ronda should be a minus 4,000 because of her.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Or what?
Yeah, she's gonna.
Is that the only reason she's taking the fight? Because she's minus 4,000.
Yeah, probably. Like they offered me a fight, and the fight was very tough. They offered me. This is like a few months ago. I'm like, well, buddy, yeah. But if I was a minus 4,000, like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Fuck yeah.
Who would be a guy without? You could probably maybe see this. Okay, I got a friend. $2 million.
Okay.
$2 million.
Flat fee.
Flat fee.
Go for Conor Ben 50.
Let me go through some. Okay, how much you want?
More fee.
All right. You want $5 million? Hey! Who are they all
I'm taking random boxer. Yeah, Conor Bazoofa boxer offered him 15 mil for one fight.
Yeah, Conor Ben's more exciting.
Yeah, more fee. So I gotta stand my
and okay, all due respect, there are people who would be like, I would like to see Brendan maybe get right. Yeah, but so that would. I'm only giving you. I'm giving you $5 million. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. $5 million after taxes. We got $3 million. Okay. Now I'm gonna go through some names. Don't be realistic though. Don't be like chuckle it out. I'm going to, and I want you to just relax. Alistair. Now.
Is there a drug testing?
There is not.
Neither one of us can pass.
There is not. There is.
We both tested.
There is no drug testing.
There's no drug. Yeah, I thought that's over. Yes.
You would.
Yes.
Okay, good. That's right.
We went like vegan too for a while. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in for Alice.
Pretty good right there.
His head is massive.
Yeah, he's looking pretty jacked.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah. That was next.
Yeah. Keep going.
Okay. What about the Diaz brother? I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say.
I'll fight both of them.
I'm gonna say. Brock Lesnar. No fucking. Now hold on.
Absolutely.
You what?
Fuck yes. You know how many eyeballs that would get?
You would do it 100. Yeah, but you know how many eyeballs you might leave with? I don't know.
What's he gonna do? Not box?
I don't know.
I can't box.
No, you'd be surprised.
Big dude. He's a big dude.
Yeah,
and he's older. I'm doing it.
But you know who's got really good jiu-jitsu? That guy. Real good jiu-jitsu. How big do you think Brock Lesnar is? Very big.
300.
But you know, he's Bam Bam. He's a strong boy. Oh, dude,
I'm every bit of 250. Right?
He's a strong boy. I've seen
and
his jiu-jitsu is a problemo. So
yeah, he's a jack.
He's a nightmare. Is
that recent?
We're all nervous. We're all very nervous. Yeah. It's not fun. Yeah,
that
out of his mind. But my guess, your cardio's better, Bubba.
Well, yeah, cardio's way better.
Your cardio's better. He's gonna run right at you, right?
Yes.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, there's no like mystery of what he's gonna do.
He's gonna try to stop it. He's also 48.
I know.
So I like the fight. I like the fight.
Okay.
So, in your mind, you got to survive the first how many minutes?
Probably 3 minutes with him.
Yeah, and then Brock's got a problem because he's got very good cardio.
Yeah.
And his jiu-jitsu is a problem. Problemo. So it's gonna be.
It would be more than 5 minutes fight, Brock.
What's that?
But you got to be more than 5 minutes because They would probably pay him if it was like MVP. Like, no,
I'm saying five. I'm saying five because I can't pay him 40. If I give you 40, you're gonna play everything. You're gonna fight everybody, right? What if we send you to Japan to do one of those 5-on-1 fights?
Oh, that'd be cool.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, like
5 little Asian dudes.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
How about would you run it back with Andre Rothschild?
Man, he's active.
He's active.
I wouldn't fight him with bare knuckle. I'd fight him with MMA.
Yeah, he's active.
On like a Netflix card, I would do it.
Yeah.
Can't test me.
When's the last time? How long has it been since you fought?
Retired in this year's been 11 years.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles on that body. Does it, like, 11 years removed from getting punched in the face, is that something that you would have to be like, I'm going to have to feel this?
Oh, yeah. Like, they couldn't be like, hey, you got a 2-month notice. Like, no, I need 8 months to get back on track. At least make it present.
Yeah.
And then, things have to come to a whole, like, probably missing some practice. Like, coach my kids baseball, football. Like, I don't know if it's worth it. You know?
Man, when Andre was young, he looked amazing. In 2000, I remember seeing him in person. I was at the fight.
It's a tough gig, dude.
Dude, I remember the first time I got punched in the face in a fight. I was like, yeah, I don't like this.
Nobody does.
It's not. Andre had cancer, Bubba?
Yeah.
What do you have? What kind of cancer?
I don't know. I forgot. He talked about it too.
What is it?
He beat it though.
What? You beat 2024? He's had cancer twice.
I think 3 times or something. Yeah, 3 times.
3-time cancer.
Kept coming back.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's not
Kidney cancer. Jesus.
if you're gonna get a cancer, that's the cancer to get. Actually, kidney cancer. That's not good. That's not good. That is 3 times.
How's life in Vegas, brother?
My God.
Hot.
It's not hotter than here. Are you? So for 3 months. So first of all, it's dry heat, and it's way easier. So our heat, make no mistake.
I don't think it should. I don't think it should.
So I don't like humid at all.
I don't like this.
I don't like it at all.
I like humidity.
No, I don't. But Vegas, dude, I'm telling you, the best kept secret about Vegas is the weather. Yeah. So 3 months a year, it's rough. But I lived in the fucking valley.
That's what I'm saying.
So there were 3 months of the year where I didn't go outside either.
That's the point. Everyone was getting ready for that tuxedo. I'm like, man, the valley was 106, 108 for 45 days straight.
Yeah, dude, heaven hot. Vegas. So we were at 70 degrees last week. Yeah, 75 degrees. It's beautiful. It's fucking. You like the right? What's that? You like that? I love it. Listen, man, I like being removed. I don't need to be in it anymore. I get my residency there, so I get 2 nights a week in town where I just drive down and fuck around and do whatever.
Where are you doing that at?
At Kimmel's.
Oh, sick.
Dude,
It's you go to Wise Guys too?
I don't do Wise Guys because Kimmel's has me there. On Sundays and Mondays, it's just me and Lunel. So I do my show, she does. And do they pack it in? Yeah, dude, it's great. And the thing about Vegas, man, is that when people are like, I don't like Vegas, I'm like, well, then you don't like anything. Because everything.
Well, it's the same where people are like, oh, LA, Hollywood. Yeah, but I don't live in Hollywood. Yeah. Like, that's a weird. It'd be like, yeah, I don't like Austin because it's 6th Street. But no one in Austin's going to 6th Street. Like, the suburbs are amazing.
It's like when you were living in LA, if somebody was like, hey, let's go to Universal City Walk, you'd be like, yeah, call me when you.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I've never fucking gone there. I go to the Strip twice a week for my shows. My wife's been out of town shooting movies, so I'll go down and gamble every now and then because I take some mushrooms and go down there. But the food is fucking next level.
Yeah, it's a good restaurant.
Next level.
Kids are older, but also good school systems out there too.
But also, buddy, like, have either one of you been to the Sphere yet?
No, I drove by it.
Fuck.
You went to it? Oh, to the Eagles or some shit?
Am I 90?
I don't know. Fucking Eagles. I don't know who else was there.
I went and saw Zach Brown there.
Oh, I love Zach Brown.
The Eagles.
I don't know who else had residency there, though.
I went and saw The Dead. Fucking amazing. I'm gonna go see Metallica.
Oh, I would love that.
And I'm gonna go see Backstreet Boys.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Oh, come on, dude.
I know all those songs.
Wait, is Justin Timberlake gonna be part of it, or
that's
no?
not the Backstreet Boys.
In excess.
Jump off. Let's jump you.
Jump off the balcony.
NSX.
Jump off the balcony. He was in sync. That's who he was. Backstreet Boys are who?
I know, but I don't listen to that because I'm a straight man. And you should know. I know, but they're like you don't. I don't like their music. Oh, they're slappers. You don't think Backstreet Boys has some good songs? Are you just saying that because you're on testosterone and you're no, I think it's terrible. I don't like that kind of music. It's too music. No, it's too canned. It's a little too. I'm an artist, guys. What? Give me. What do you listen to? I mean, Jethro Tull. You don't listen. I'm a Tull freak. I love the flute. If the flute's not in the fucking bag, if there's no flute, you don't listen to a ton of music. I only listen to music when my kids are in the car. Yeah, I listen to podcasts. Yeah, me too. My wife is a music girl. She listens. She always has music at the house. I don't hear like this when your son's playing baseball. But I'm driving at 7 a.m. to a game, dude. It's fucking Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, Eminem. How great, by the way, dude, is watching your kid play baseball. Best thing on the planet. So Jacob Wolf, my son, was a phenomenal, really, dude. Can I tell you? So don't you think because he's good, it makes the experience better? Yes. Like there's some dads where their kids just don't have it. You're like, we're not having the same experience. No. Jacob, at 9 years old, I'll remember this forever. I had to pull him off first base, crying, because it was the first time he had ever gotten out. Oh my god! He just didn't. And I was like, dude, you're out. He was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, you have to come back to the bench. What do you mean? It was like baseball, so there's 3 outs. I'm always on base, and like you actually. Not this time. Yeah, you're out. Yeah. He couldn't fucking. I went. It was amazing. My wife and I went to see a friend of mine, and his son was playing lacrosse, and my wife was laughing so hard because his son was running away from the ball and was running. He would run straight up. He looked like he was barefoot on pebbles. He didn't have it, and the ball would be there right there, and he would go like this. She was dying, and he's like, "All right, come on, Toby, let's go." I don't know what that's like. Now that's baseball. So were you coaching too? Oh yeah, this is the best, dude. What's up, daddy? So your son played for how long? He played until he was sophomore, and then he moved to a school that just didn't have baseball. And you guys were playing in the Valley? Yeah, we were in the Valley. And he didn't want to do. Honestly, he didn't want to do the job. I get it. So what? It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. A lot. He's gone all day, dude. He's literally for 12 hours. He's outside on a Saturday and Sunday. Here's the truth. Oh, and the practice 4 times. Jacob was like, "Did you have travel ball?" And I said, "When I was growing up, no. Our parents didn't like us that much. They weren't trying." But my dad would be like, "You want me to drive an hour and sit on a field for 6 hours while you play 3? I have shit to do. Get fucked." Yeah. Unless you're going to be the greatest. It's such a business now. That's the. What is the correlation between size and skill in terms of when? Right now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Until they hit puberty. So when they do hit puberty, you don't know what they got. Size, though, to play in the majors. No. Not in baseball. We're talking about baseball, and I don't know about the other sports, but the kids, like there was an Armenian kid I grew up with who had a mustache when he was 11, and he dominated, but he never grew until So you just don't know. So you'll tell a team especially if we were in Houston, it's like the top 20 teams in the nation. Yeah. And you see the coach literally was like, I'm taking all the kids in puberty. We're going to dominate the young bitches that happen. And they're throwing 60, 65 change-ups, fucking curveball splitters. It's like, enjoy it for now. Yeah. Because once these kiddos hit that, you'll catch up. We'll catch up. Yeah. I explain it to Tiger all the time. Like, what's all good? Because he struggled. These kids were fucking vicious. He top 20 teams in the nation. But it's good for them. It's good to a certain extent. Like, you just want all failure. Yeah. But also, once you go to travel ball, it takes away the innocence. Yeah. It's no longer just about fun. Not super competitive. It's such a bummer. It's like my son has anxiety with pitches, and I'm like, I never had that till I was like in college.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't good.
But baseball for me, out of all the sports,
By far the best.
the best one. And it's the best one to go watch. You're outside. It's good weather. You're not in the gym in the winter or a rink in the winter. I mean, did you go to play hockey at all? The skates were like at 5 a.m.
Yep.
to get a rock. It was a fucking. When Jacob was like, I had to tell him. He was like, I want to play hockey. I'm like, you have to get yourself there. You think I'm getting up at 4 to get you a rink by 5? 0% chance. But baseball is great weather. You're outside. It was my favorite sport to coach, to watch him play, and all that shit.
I freaking love it, dude.
Is your son good?
Yeah.
What's his thing?
It's both of them. So my oldest, Tiger, is
Are they huge?
Tiger's massive, guys. 109 pounds. He's 10.
What?
Just a big kid.
Dude, he's a beast.
He's like a 260-foot home run.
He's got a neck this thick. He's got traps. It's so weird.
He's he's athletic, big kid.
Do you got him working out?
Oh yeah. I got my 6-year-old.
TRT yet?
That's what I'm thinking. Pure peptides. Yeah. But the G code is obviously Tiger's this beast, super strong, can hit the ball a million miles. But then the younger brothers used to play with the older kids. So the younger one's such a monster. Like his fundamentals are crazy. For 6, crazy. Like I coach his team. He's the only kid. Really, there's not too many kids even on Tigers travel ball team. But he's 6, playing, in the upper division. Like last year when we first got here, they put him with the 8 team because he was dominating the 5. So he's 5 playing with 8. So now he's on like the 6U, the better kids. They do tryouts for 5 and 6-year-olds.
No
There's tryouts. There's tryouts. Because there's NL and AL. The AL is first timers, kids that want to see if it's for them. The NLs are kids that can cook. So he's prep stepping 6, dude. And I don't have to tell him to do this. Literally prep stepping, talking about turning 2. I'm like, look, I like where your head's at. Yeah. There's no turning 2. Because that kid at first base is going to shit his pants if we throw the ball that hard. There's no turning 2. What is stop seeing me turning 2? To play second base, but I can field the ball, step on second, get out and go for a double play, and throw it to first. And he throws so hard, the kid's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, you gotta quit saying turning 2. It's freaking everybody out. They're 6.
You're freaking everybody out with your genetics. Yeah, they were looking for their Capri Sun and their orange slice.
Yeah, that kid's staring at the sun, and you're talking about turning 2.
See, as a regular guy, I remember playing baseball, and some of those stand-up kids, this kid Mike Gomez, like, he ended up playing, I think, semi-pro. And when I remember, I was 9, and I remember he was a pitcher.
And I remember going, I can't see that ball. Also, I'm afraid of that. Here's what's crazy about Texas sports is like yesterday, like Tiger pitches and we go to the field early and we can warm up before we warm up with the team. That's just our thing. We talk back and forth. And the coach, he's on another team, the Mustangs, play for the Mustangs, but they have all sorts of age group. He comes over and he's telling teams, like teaching some techniques you should do. And I'm like, holy fuck. That guy pitched in 2 World Series. He's the all-time leading strikeout leader for I think the Texas super like Hall of Fame, crazy. And he's teaching Tiger, and I look over and the head guy, Coach at University of Texas. He's like a legend in the area. He's the head of the Mustangs, Josh Sanders. He took kids from 6-year-olds to 16, and out of the 11 kids, I think 9 got drafted MLB. Dude, so it's like there's I just looked out and the coaching in Texas is bananas.
When I was growing up, we all played 3 sports. None of us just played 1. But even like, because I'm sure the fields here are pristine, right?
Yeah.
Dude, they were dicey.
So dicey.
Like the ball, oh my God, you never knew where the ball was going to jump. And honestly, like the people who umpired the games were drunk.
Yeah. You know what's into it?
No.
There's barely money in the city. They're just putting money into different animal. How many kids do you have?
I have 3 kids.
Okay, you like 3?
Yeah, 3 kids, yeah.
You have total 3?
Total of 3.
I had 5 kids.
Sometimes it feels like it. You know, and you guys know when you saw Jacob, he opens for me.
So great.
Dude, he's been doing it for a while, right? This will be, I think, his 4th year. It's the best time I have ever had on the road.
It's the greatest thing ever watched.
I honestly, as soon as he started touring with me, I stopped thinking about tickets. I stopped thinking about anything. Dude, my God, it is the absolute dream. We started in separate hotel rooms, and then it was like 3 months in. He was like, "Dude, let's just
what are we doing?
What are we doing?" He said, "Let's just hang out,
bunk up, bud."
So
I'm doing that with my son. My son's a natural. I'm 14 though.
I'm telling you right now, it will change the game for you.
I need some time, but
yes. But it's like it's so good.
I'll be 70. I'll be 70, and my son will be 20. Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, Timothy's getting I'm losing my voice. That'd be great. But you're doing it right, man. Forget this ticket sales and all that, like the experience and this time with your kiddo. Like I told my kid, it's the only thing I'm ever present and aware of. I realize that these times are going to go fast.
Yes.
So like the last tournament, we're driving there at 6:30 in the morning. I get him a latte for the early games, like drinking black coffee with him. And we're driving. I look over, I go, buddy, you know, this is the best time of my life right now. Right? I said it's the best time of my life, and I go, we maybe have 4 years left. We have 4 years. And he's like, what? I'm like, buddy, you're 10.
Yeah.
So when you're 14, you're gonna be in high school. I could be driving to the games. I said, I'll be there. But there's no more of this.
And by the way, when you're 14, you won't want me driving.
That's what I told him. I'm like, things are gonna change, but like right now, I'm your hero. We spent all this time together. We have 4 years left of this, bud. So if you strike out, just know.
Strike out. You go from Tiger to Daddy's little disappointment.
Yeah. So you know what we did? This is 4 years. Don't fuck this up.
Don't fuck up my life.
But that's why
Who have not generally had a name as a collective group like the Rabbinets, and their efforts to build societies and Jewish homes and communities and education, and it's time that we start recognizing them.
I just want you to know, this is the best time of my life.
Oh God! You should have gotten. This is your response to it.
Yeah, I did tell him. I was like, listen, let's keep the gay shit.
Don't get gay on it. That's crazy. He recognizes it though, especially at 20.
Dude, he and I are. Look, I'm still his dad, but we're buddies. We're fucking straight up. He fucks with me all the time, which I love. I've started eating sardines.
Oh wow!
And I torture him. I eat him in the hotel room, and I'll just leave empty can by his pillow.
Is he single?
Yes.
Is that weird? Like, it'd be weird. Like, me and T are close, but I can't imagine talking to me about chicks.
Well, here's the thing.
There's a fine line.
So we do it.
10.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying when he's 20,
We do it.
talking to him like, Dad, this chick. Yeah.
The only thing we don't talk about. That's it. That's what we don't talk about.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, we do a Q&A, right? And somebody asked, do you guys talk to each other about sex? And he said, are you asking me if I ask him how he fucks my mom? And the people were like, good point. I was like, yeah, we don't talk.
Next question.
That's right. We don't talk about. That's the one thing we don't. But dude, we talk about everything. You know, when I put him in, I don't know if I had to put him in the sober living.
No, I'm aware.
But I felt so privileged, dude, for him to feel so comfortable with me to just text me and be like, hey, I got some problems.
Yeah.
Because if we weren't close,
you did your job, Josh. That's how you know you're doing it right. You did your job. He was open enough where he's not scared or embarrassed.
Everybody in this room will never have regrets. We will, you know, I think the biggest sin a father can commit is leaving and not being there for his kids. And you never get over it as a kid. And it is, to me, I lose all respect for any man. If you have to live in a different, I live in a different state than my 14-year-old, my 17-year-old. But there's not a day that goes by that I'm not FaceTiming with them. There's not a day that goes by where I'm not planning to go and see them. No matter what you got to do to be in your children's lives, so that they know that they're the most important thing to you. It's all that matters. And when I see people who are not like that, you know, I just, and I understand, you know, sometimes you have to work and you're gone, but you have to be in your children's lives. But dude, all of us here have, like, we'll never have that.
But for Jacob to be that comfortable with it, it means you're doing it.
That's what I'm saying. You've done your job. I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you what gave me perspective. You know, I had kids before anybody.
Yeah.
So when I would go to auditions, literally with him in a baby Bjorn, and I would do my audition. Dude, you were legendary for that. Like, you were the guy, you were the comic with all, and I thought it was 5 kids. I did the stories, you know how people add, got 5 kids, you see, I was like, what the fuck? You know, we were a couple of fuck around Charlies, right? You know, all of us were. Josh had responsibility, had to be home raising kids. I was like, that was the perspective. When I drove home from the audition, everybody else I knew, it was all about the audition. You were also single. You were a single dad. Yeah. So they thought about it all day. What did I do wrong? I can't wait for my agent. As soon as I left that audition, I didn't even think about it because I had other more important things to do. So what was your routine as a single dad? You'd wake up, get ready for school. Yep. I woke up. How old were they when Mom left? Call it 6, 4, and 1.5. That's very hard. 6, 4, but also you had to explain to your children what was going on. Well, she had been around less and less, so it was easier.
That's your transition. It wasn't like cold turkey.
No, it was easier. And she had been around, but I had been doing it essentially anyways.
Yeah.
You know, and I would go, dude. You know, places like the Improv, the Laugh Factory, and the Comedy Store were all so kind to me because they knew I was like, I have to bring my 3 kids. And at the Improv, just one of the staff would sit with them and they'd eat ice cream, and I'd go on stage, and I would always ask them first. I just need first. Let me go up first. I didn't in Comedy Store. I mean, Joey watched it, but probably not.
Joey Diaz?
Yeah. Joey was their babysitter.
No, I did not know that. Joey Diaz.
That is so awesome. Joey was their babysitter.
Great.
Oh my God. Can I tell you? So he used to.
Joey Diaz babysit your children. Go.
He would. You know when you spell words around kids?
Yeah.
So I asked him one. We were at my daughter's birthday party. I go, hey dude, where's the Candy? And he goes, I put it in the DRAW. And I go, DRAW? What is that? DRAW. He says, the draw. It's in the fucking draw. I go, that's not how you spell it. He goes, yeah, but that's how I say it. I go, yeah, but you gotta spell it. We got it. We all gotta be together on how you spell it.
Joey has a baby. I think she's 12 or 13 now.
Yeah, she's big in softball.
She's in softball. So me and her have compared. We're talking about like the crazy parents, the dads.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, Doc's like, I take my edibles and I fucking zone out. Yeah, I zone out. Yeah. He has the other parents doing edibles with him. Just watching the kids just zoned out. But imagine having Joey as a baseball cap.
No. But back then, Joey was also 350.
Yeah, he's much thinner now.
Yeah, he's healthier now, but he was 3, and he would just he was, as long as I made turkey burgers, he was like, I will babysit for turkey burgers. But he babysat for turkey burgers.
Dude, have your wife write this script. Oh, a comic trying to make it with
Uncle Joe
and kids.
Uncle Joe.
Joey Diaz is the babysitter. Think about that script, dude.
That TV show was bought twice.
I'm sure
It was bought twice.
Of course.
Yeah.
That would crush.
The problem was, one of the big notes in the network was, can we tone down the Joey character? I'm like, no. Wait.
Do you want to hit or not? That would crush.
Tone down the Joey character. Yeah, they were like, you want him to tone down stand-up? Watch what he does to a room. Oh, I've always said, if you want to see a room, 15 minutes of Joe Diaz in the OR,
Shattered.
Fuck you.
Or the main room. But it's like, Full House, there's Uncle Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. This is him on edible.
My God.
It would crush. Like Full House, this crushes.
They kept saying it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. I'm like, he doesn't. Yeah. I agree.
I'll bring him in. I'll bring it down.
I'll sit with you. Can sit with him for 3 minutes, and he will.
You're in. You're gonna love him.
Do you remember at the Comedy Store? And I forget if it was either his dick or his nuts, but he and Ron Jeremy had like they showed their nuts on stage to like have a nut off.
No, I do not remember.
Oh my God!
I'm an artist, so I don't do that kind of stuff.
He used to wear the jeans with a rip right here.
Right.
So he would call it the Cuban egg roll slips out, And I'm like, yeah, but it's on stage. It's not really. Yeah. But he legit. Oh my God!
And Ron Jeremy died.
What?
Yeah.
I thought he went to jail.
In prison.
He was found to be. He had such bad dementia he couldn't stand trial. But he was accused by like some crazy number of women.
The idea that dude was dick aside, a porn star.
He was the hedgehog of porn. They called him. Let me say it again. They called him the hedgehog of porn. God.
Imagine in high school him and Gummy, the biggest porn star ever. Good
I saw him at the concert and run the other way.
Oh, he's not dead.
Right?
No.
Declining health. Yeah, this is 2023 though.
Dude, he got into stand-up for a little while.
I believe he's dead. I think he passed away. Almost positive.
No, he's 73. Oh, he's alive.
Do you think in jail people ask to see him?
100%.
Don't you think?
First thing I would do.
Not in jail.
Wasn't he in jail?
Yeah, he was in jail for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan's way off on all this. He was in jail.
He's no longer in jail.
But he was, and there's a picture of him in the mask. He just looks atrocious.
I think I'd be the first thing too. I'd be like, I just need to see him.
Wait, what's up, man? I had 4 to 7 years. Let me say that.
Yeah, I don't get to see too many new things in here. Let's take a look.
Man, I've been a fan for a while. Do you mind?
Can you just hit it on the table?
I'll get a pack of smokes and you get that cock out for me.
How many ramen do you need?
Do you mind if I watch the lady boy suck you off, man? You 2 packs of smokes.
Yeah. No, I gotta tell you, man. People have asked me a lot about why would you let Joey babysit? But my thing with babysitting was always this. I would rather he loved my kids. So sure, they heard fuck or whatever.
He's a good person.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He loved my kids. And if shit went down, I knew he was gonna care.
Yeah.
More than a $15 an hour babysitter.
100%.
Isn't that crazy? That's what's funny about it. Some people, you would never have a man babysit your children, but if it was Joey Diaz, you'd be like, I trust him.
Which is counterintuitive.
I know.
We lived in this building where there was a drug dealer on every 3 floors. Drug dealer on every floor. And in Hollywood. This was back when, you remember the Denny's on Sunset near the Guitar Center? Yeah. Where there used to be hookers walking up and down. So it was a bananas place.
Did you ever go back to LA?
I do.
Do you do the store and stuff still?
When I go back, I don't generally perform. No, my brothers live there. My parents just moved there. I haven't performed the last 5 times I've got. I get plenty of stage time.
Good.
And I'm gonna tell you something for real. I love the thing I do miss is chopping it up in back.
Yeah, that's the deal.
I miss that. But I want to chop
there anymore.
I want to chop it up. I don't want to talk about how many views. I don't want to. I just want to talk to my friends. Yeah. In LA, and I understand it because we all live there. When you step out of there, you go, oh, you're always comparing yourself, or you're always like one right. And I'm not.
It's hard not to out there. Yeah. Because you're a rat. That's literally that's like the label of success.
It's how the machine keeps going.
Correct.
You never get the carrot. You're like, oh, I got this, but you know what's really gonna make me happy if I get this.
Although there are a lot of actors now who are literally going to Sacramento and saying, you guys are making it impossible for us to live in Los Angeles because nothing is shot here. It's so expensive. So they're trying to get tax.
Yeah, they ran Hollywood out.
Yeah.
It's hard to
shoot in New Orleans.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Everybody shoots everywhere else but Los Angeles. And Los Angeles was chosen as the hub because the weather was predictable.
Yeah.
So you never have to worry about rain or anything. You can just predict it. It's always perfect.
The business infrastructure. They made it impossible for the way to go.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Well, it's Sacramento in general.
The way to go. Way to go.
All
the things known for best has left.
Yeah.
It's in Atlanta.
And we'll just print money to get ourselves out of the problem. You know?
It's a bummer, mostly for the below the line people.
It's not just below the line people. Because
Drive
they're like,
I definitely can't.
You can't even be a dentist and a doctor and buy a house nowadays. Like houses are insane
in the valley. Imagine being in college here. Imagine being like starting a new family. You're like 28, 29, maybe 30. The average house price in the valley is $1.2 million.
Yeah. What? That is exactly
in the
right.
valley.
And nobody can afford that.
In Woodland Hills is $1.1 million. The average median house.
Woodland Hills used to be when we first got there. If you wanted to buy a big fucking place for $0, Woodland Hills would go up.
And so you go to Sacramento without making it political about Republican or Democrat. But anytime you have a majority, it's all political. It's all Democrats. It's all socialists. And all they want to do is keep taxing. And what happens, like in New York, Amy Klobuchar, she goes, get on a bus and get out of here. Cool. And they did. And now she's saying, hey, we don't have a tax base to pay. What a surprise, Amy. You made it impossible for anybody that works and produces to do business there. What you want is you want to make incentives to people to start businesses so you can hire people.
But my thing is, I think they did it so solid because if things didn't get so bad there, I would have never left. You're in the rat race.
Yeah.
Then when I get out of here, I'm like, oh fuck.
You would have never done this amount of time with baseball.
Never. I couldn't.
No,
I couldn't. There's no way. I couldn't.
What I just love Vegas is very split. It's a very purple place.
Yes.
And because it's so purple,
I like that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Nobody talks about balance. There's zero
time. Just asking for balance. Me too. I love a purple. The purple is great.
I think they all suck. So purple, good. Yeah. You don't want one way or the other.
The other great thing about Vegas is there's no real rules.
It's true.
It's like, but medicine is terrible. Is it people with money fly other places for important things?
The cops in Vegas don't fuck around, right?
Not down on the strip, dude.
Yeah.
There's no fuck about it.
No, there's no fuck about it.
But I got really sick last year. I lost like 30 pounds. I was on the infectious disease for like 6 days.
What happened?
I had these 2 bacterial gut infections at the same time. The CDC fucking called me, dude. They called me and they were like, hey, we need to know where one of these bacteria came from because if it's in Nevada, so we need to close a lot of places down. And she said, this was crazy. She said to me, I'm going to ask you a question. I need a real answer. I said, okay. She said, have you been in contact with a goat? And I was like, yeah. I was like, are you asking me if I fucked Tom Brady? I would. Yeah, is that an offer?
She's like, sir,
If you really asked you if you came in contact with a goat.
In contact with a goat.
You fuck goats.
That's not what I asked. I said,
the answer is I used a condom and it's none of your business.
This is what I said to her. I couldn't help being I said to her, so, are you asking me in a nice way if I had sex with a goat? And she said, did you? And I said, no.
This is hilarious.
But if I did, I'm wearing a condom. I'm not raw dogging a goat.
Yeah,
I'm not an animal.
It's not an animal. It's you lean it toward water, it's going to back up naturally. You ease it in.
It was
wild.
crazy, but when
So there's a bacteria you can catch from a goat.
I had that, and then I had
There you go. Which is why the Bible says don't have sex with animals.
Then how did you get it?
So at petting zoo,
I had sex with a goat.
I mean, it wasn't sex. It was petting zoo. I was at a farm in New Mexico, and there's not a lot of Purell at the farm. It's not a petting zoo. And they said some of the goats carry this bacteria. And I also had this thing called C. diff, which was, man, I lost 15 pounds in 7 days.
What is C. diff?
C. diff is a bacteria in your gut.
How did you get that?
It's why I don't do meet and greets with everybody.
Wow.
It is like
antibiotics.
You can only get from fucking dolphins, right? What the fuck is going on?
So 3 times a day for over 2 days is a low end.
It says watery diarrhea 3 times a day for over 2 days.
It's hard to explain the amount of shit that was coming out of my body.
You ever seen what cholera looks like? You ever seen? Oh, shit.
Wait, but how did you get rid of this?
So I ended up because the 2 of them caused a partial ileus in my colon.
What's an ileus?
It's like a paralysis. And so when I went, the doctor was like, hey, you're like, this is what causes sepsis. So drive to the hospital right now.
Jesus.
He said, because if you get sepsis in your house, you can die.
My friend's sister died of that.
Yeah. He was like, you need to have sepsis while you're already in the hospital. Wow. So I went there 6 days, dude, and I was 30 pounds off of this. My brother was nice. I was just a picture online, and my brother called me right away. He goes, hey, dude. I go, hey. He goes, how you doing? You don't look great. You're looking kind of Auschwitz. And I said, yeah, it's him. I was like, it's not good. Yeah, he was like, take that picture down, by the way.
Yeah, get it.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
Damn, so you were doing some serious shit?
Yeah, it took me, I bet you, so after I got out of the hospital, I don't think I was back to normal, probably 2 months. But point of the story, like, people were like, are you going to go to a hospital here in Nevada? I would fly. They were like, fly to Los Angeles.
Yeah, see, that's the one. I mean, the hospitals in Austin are really good, but the best healthcare is Los Angeles. Yeah, like there's people from all over. They fly to LA because the healthcare.
Go to YouTube. Bring up cholera patients and take a look at what happens when you have cholera. How do you get cholera? So cholera is a bacteria, and I believe you get it from dirty water. No children. Just there's a video of a person's ass, and there's shit flying out of it. It's on a water hose.
Why do we want to see this?
Because you guys need to see it.
But none of us have this.
What's that?
Oh, cool, Josh, you had this crazy infection. Dude, I'm going to one-up you. I never had it. Don't know anybody that had it. Check this out.
Yeah, well, cholera was a major problem.
Wait, what was that thing? What's that?
I don't know. Sanitation.
Is that a...
cholera is a serious disease can strike. Yeah, dude, it is so bad. People with you die of you basically die of dehydration.
This is so sensitive. People over the age of 70, 75, so like pretty soon for you.
Yes.
They die.
Yeah, they die. Jesus.
They die. So it's the guy who in the hospital who cleaned my bathroom. I felt so bad. For him. By the 3rd day, he walked in and he goes, "How's it looking in there?" I was like, I wouldn't want to go in there.
I'd give 5.
Jays.
Gotcha.
I would not.
Come back Friday.
It's not good.
It was not good. I've been unlucky. I've been super lucky because I don't get sick very often. But I seemed like I had meningitis. I had this C. diff shit. I've had some things that took me
My
out.
friend got an amoeba. we were in Venice, and we were all doing the raw food diet, and there was the raw food market, and so we were drinking green juice and eating raw meat, doing all that bullshit, raw milk. And my friend, he's an actor. He goes, "No, I got enough meat, dude." And he was, "What does that mean, Don?" Same thing. You just shit like beyond. Throw up, yeah. I absolutely do. Giardia, all those things that you can get in the wild. Like, there's a reason that we have sanitation, and what a huge development that was for human health and longevity. Sanitation and nutrition, and then vaccines. Those three we don't have the problems that usually most of the world did forever. Well, there's a reason that when you poop, it goes underwater and shoots a long way away from it. Yes. Because that's why, dude, if I'm walking into a porta potty, it's the biggest emergency of all time. Oh my God. Of all time. At those baseball fields, it's either your only decision. It's hot. Oh my God. So a teenage kid comes out, I go in there, it's just a pile of. Dude, that is still shit anywhere, dude. Planes are bad too. Planes are fucking bad. Planes can be bad. People. So I'll know too, like when it's an early morning game, we leave at 6 because I take my creatine, like pre-workout before we hit the road. I'm like, this creatine's gonna hit in about an hour. I'm gonna use that porta potty. At least it's early. Creatine does that? Yeah. Yeah, I take so much. How much do you take? 20 grams. Why do you take so much? What I do? I think it's made. Hey, 20 grams? See if that does something to your kidneys. I think it's supposed to increase your. It'd be good for your brain. Yeah, it's good for your brain. Good for muscle recovery. Yeah, apparently though, when you're bigger, but apparently the 5 to 10 milligrams is good for your brain. But then when you take more, it can be a little bit. See what it says. I don't know if I'm right about this. No, it doesn't. How do you know if taking regular doesn't mean it not cause kidney damage? No. Well, high unnecessary doses, 20 grams a day for extended periods can put extra stress on the kidneys. Yeah. Stress on the kidneys. Yes, it's be a little bit careful. I mean, 20. I've been doing it for 10 years. Cycle it. I'm not a giant puss. I still drink a lot. Hey, Grandpa? Hey, Boomer? I'm not a boomer. Yeah, you are. I'm not that old, actually, either. I'm not a boomer. You're Gen X. I'm Gen X. Are you on the cusp? But I'm 59. Yeah. It's just boomer takes. How are you feeling about 60? I think about it every 15 minutes. Yesterday I was full on wrestling and doing takedowns. You know what's the best about getting older and like ticket sales? Jim Norton. You heard him talk about it? No. He's so great. He's like, I peaked in 2017. It is what it is. Yeah. And he goes, the club manager's like, man, it's weird. You didn't sell out. He's like, the curtain's up. He's like, yeah, the curtain's up. He's like, but there's a rodeo in town. He's like, I'm gonna stop you. It's not the rodeo. It's not. It's me. It's me. Yeah, you don't have to do this. That's right. I appreciate you trying to make me feel good. I got it, man. I got it. That's right. It happened to me. I love him. Jim is the best. Have you been to the club in Alpharetta, Georgia? I haven't. I like it. I love it. I had great shows. Me too. I had one show that was light, and they were like going through all these reasons. They were like, yeah, it could be. I'm like, it could just be that nobody wanted to come to the show. Yeah. I mean, it's all good. Yeah. No, you don't have to do this. Yeah, I've had that. Let's talk. Yeah, it's weird. The WNBA's in town, and fucking the Planet 7 shows this town. I'm like, oh, you think there's a same fan base? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you don't have to do this. Yeah, I was in Houston. They go, every other show was great, but the first show Friday was light. And I go, oof, this could be. No. Listen. Rodeo's in town, Luke, whatever his name is, right? He's playing at the stadium. I'm like, that's not my fan base. Yeah. That's not an excuse. 10 million people here. Yeah. I just rodeo over next to him. I'm like, this isn't fast. And we went to Alabama. I called Brian. I'm like, how's it look? He goes, a little light, man. But the manager said, there's gymnastics. And you were kind of buying it. I go, buddy, it's just like, okay, it's just like all this pill. Was it Birmingham? It was Huntsville. It's Huntsville. Oh, I love that club, dude. Yeah. That's a great show since. Yeah, but you remember that? Oh, yeah. I had no idea that NASA was in Huntsville. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so the first time I was there was a table, and I wasn't expecting to see Indians and Asian. I'm not expecting to see South. Now there is some Alabama. Oh, for sure. And I had a table full of Alabama. And I said, I did this joke. I go, I'm not going to make a difference in life. My zero emissions engine sucks. Trying to get protons stick to a helium isotope like pulling teeth. The electrons are like, I'm going here, and the protons. Anyway, sorry, that's a physics joke. Keep in mind, educated. And usually be and this woman goes, speak for yourself, motherfucker. I'm educated. Just this real Southern girl, she took that shit serious. I was like, whoa, hey, you missed my ironic joke. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Define ironic. So, when was the last time you did that?
That's funny. Shout out to the Alabama lady. You're so motherfucker.
Because in the South, that's been a thing. Like, oh, you're just dumb redneck. Buddy, Caulfield, redneck or dumb? Yeah. It's like Marty McFly calling chicken. You're like, whoa, we almost reference, dude. Old school, brother. Yeah. Old school. Yeah. Did you give a movie reference you thought he and I would get? I knew you would get it. So, is that Matrix?
No, that's that would be Back to the Future.
Yeah. For him, it said, yeah, if you call like Theo's proper South, call Theo dumb, because we still can't sing and roast each other, and then, so make fun for being dumb and all that stuff. If I have shows like, hey, motherfucker, we call him dumb. Really? Yeah. And I was like, oh, I didn't know it was drinking from the beginning. Or like, I call him a redneck. He's like, that's the Marty McFly chicken. Don't call me redneck. Shit. Yeah, I was like, oh, my bad. Well, don't call me dumb. I didn't know it was drinking from each other. Whoa, we almost reference, dude. Old school, brother. Yeah. Old school. Yeah. Did you give a movie reference you thought he and I would get? I knew you would get it. So, is that Matrix?
No, that's that would be Back to the Future.
Yeah. For him, it said, yeah, if you call like Theo's proper South, call Theo dumb, because we still can't sing and roast each other, and then, so make fun for being dumb and all that stuff. If I have shows like, hey, motherfucker, we call me dumb. Really? Yeah. And I was like, oh, I didn't know it was drinking from the beginning. Or like, I call him a redneck. He's like, that's the Marty McFly chicken. Don't call me redneck. Shit. Yeah, I was like, oh, my bad. Well, don't call me dumb. I don't like it either. But we're insulting each other. But I thought we were like roasting each other. Yeah. We're both dumb.
Yeah, there are certain things where
there's certain triggers, yeah.
What's your thing? I never had.
There's something, right?
I kind of have, I know who I am, and I think we don't like being called certain things in front of the world where you have to defend yourself, right? Like, so I think a lack of respect. A lack of respect. If I think you're being serious or you want to really do something, like we fuck around with each other, right? But if I see somebody and they're trying to belittle me or they're
actually being mean,
yeah, feel like that they're doing it. If they're doing it like publicly, if they're doing it publicly, or they're a friend and they're insecure and they do that, then you're like, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna go.
You know what's interesting, dude? I think a lot of being able to figure out like when people are serious and joking. I've gotten that from being on stage and talking to the audience. When I'm on stage, there'll be times where I'll talk to somebody for like a minute. I'm like, hey, get him out of here. Yeah. Oh, I'm just doing a lot of, you can tell. I know right away.
Like, they're shitty.
He has bad intentions. Yeah, this is not the person. He's got a problem as we keep going. Yeah. But there's some people like, why'd you let that person go? They were drunk. Yeah. They weren't. I've been doing long enough. I know how this ends. Yeah.
I am somewhat, from some reason, I have other flaws. And
what?
But I don't take those. I've never taken certain things personally, even personal insults, and I don't know why. I think part of it is, and that's not a good thing because sometimes it can be mistaken for just being a pushover. But I think I have to say that for me, I figured out a long time ago that when somebody's insulting you, they are having a problem.
Yeah,
there's something going on. Like I'll see it and I'll go, because I'm a very fair person. I'm not, and I don't. When I see it, I go, something. It's almost like, you doing okay? What's going on over there? Yeah. What's happening?
It's the same thing with kids. Like Tiger's having this. I don't know why kids want to pick on Tiger, but there's this kid in the neighborhood. He's a good kid, but like he doesn't really have a sport or anything. And Tiger's like, yeah, he's been really mean. He's a big company. All right.
My first instinct is violence.
By the way, it's so inappropriate. It's not
So Tiger's opening up to me and his mom about this, and I go, well, this is simple, but punch him in the face and he'll stop. And you're not getting in trouble, just suck him in the face, and it's gonna stop because he's doing it to you because he thinks you're gonna put up with it.
Yeah.
How long has he been going? He's like, a few weeks. I'm like, you just punch him in the face. Joanna's like, probably not. Hold on.
Maybe start with
I know. So then I dialed it back. I'm like, God, it's my bad. And I said, Dad. And I said, but think about it. This kid, he's big and athletic, but his parents haven't put him into sports, so he's probably insecure. And you're this stud baseball, football player, so he's doing his head until he broke. What I told him, I said, well, you can't kill him with kindness. Like, go, maybe ask him to play catch and then help him throw the baseball, and you're gonna get his guard down. Now, if he has to play baseball, and he's still doing the thing, then you beat him. But
I'll tell you what, punch him in the stomach.
What I learned early on also, and I learned this with an unfortunate incident, you never know what's happening in that kid's house. You never know what's happening.
He's not doing this because he's happy with it.
Yeah, see, that's how I always approach it. I don't think that's necessarily always good.
It's not always the way. I've learned that at 45. It's not always the way.
We both have, right? I mean,
now I'm down to fight.
Yeah.
Now I'm at the point where I'm at 42. I've done the nice thing.
You always had to be. You always had to eat shit because you're like, well, you know,
always, so especially
a guy here.
Oh, especially
But dude, if you hit somebody,
You wouldn't hit him.
Getting a lot of trouble.
You wouldn't hit him. You go like this. You go like this. And you go like this. You go around your body. And you go like this. And you just bring it in like a boa. And then you fill your pants. When your ribs go. When your ribs go.
Yeah.
No, but my thing, like, let's say I had an issue with a comic when I was doing stand up. If I would have hit that person at the comedy store at the Improv or Laugh Factory, I told you that's what can't happen. So I never did it. But now I step back. If those people continue to talk shit, I see on the street, and that's like, what's up?
The best was watching. The best was watching
shit to you.
Oh, no, not these days.
Oh yeah, they do.
No, not these days.
No, the best was watching, and I love him. I love Nate Diaz. I love him. But watching you in Gucci boots and Nate calling you a pussy, and you going, I have no problem with you, Nate. And you got to doing this. We're trying to be cool. Yeah, you're trying to be cool.
Dude, what did I text you the other day? And it's still one of my favorite things.
That's right.
In what world? I go back and look at that clip every now and then. It's so fucking funny to me. Come down.
Now, you should let him.
What do I do? Volume punch me, motherfucker. That's the one that fucking. Here's my thing with Nate though. Is like, and again, I'm cool. If you want to fight, whatever you want to do, Bubba, I'm down. You bark up the wrong tree. 250 pounds. I'm on TRT, peptides. I'm fucking.
Nobody wants that.
I don't want that. You don't want that. I don't understand his issues.
He probably just had it. He probably look, man.
I don't understand his issues. Like, and if they put us in a room, I'd be like, what's going on? Like, what is it? The Conor McGregor thing where you didn't understand I was doing a bit. Like, my job before Showtime, the reason they hired me was to convince the public that Conor McGregor had a chance. That doesn't mean I actually believe it. It doesn't mean that athletes are saying. It doesn't mean I was picking him over you. It has nothing to do with you. So if that's it, you bark up the wrong tree.
Athletes are sensitive. You know, we did
Athletes and fighters.
a long time ago. When David Ortiz retired, we did a roast of him. It was like one of the first, right? And I was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Because most athletes have asked, say no. And he goes, "Man, I don't understand most English. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, I'm not gonna understand what they're saying to me, right?" But most, and that's why it's got to be somebody so like Brady. He doesn't go.
Even Brady got pissed.
He got pissed.
At Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, he didn't like it.
He was like, hey, motherfucker. Yeah, the divorce stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, hey, motherfucker. And you see that.
Well, Tom Brady's like anybody. Tom Brady's very sensitive about everything. He's a sensitive guy. Like,
I just go with that roast. Like, he looked over at Tony and was like, be careful, motherfucker. Like, that dog kind of came out. He's like, all right, dude.
I gotta tell you, here's where I'm at. I don't give a fuck what anybody says to me. I really don't. If you're gonna threaten me or there's gonna be some danger, you're fucking with my wife or my kids,
that's different.
But it doesn't.
But like online,
at this point in time,
but we're more battle tested. It's like, it's so much like, all right, there's nothing you can do about it. A lot of people love me. A lot of people hate me. What are you gonna do?
So you don't know me.
No. Now, if it was somebody you knew, like your brother or a comic that you knew that you were on the road together, then you're like, whoa, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
But if people that don't know you, it's like,
And even then, sometimes people are hurt and they're lashing out because you did.
See, that's not an excuse because there's sure other
So I'm saying like it's
but then some people are, yeah, that. But I'm saying if it's an unknown person that's throwing this hate, people go, well, you don't know what they're going through. I don't give a fuck. That's just a bad person.
I don't take that. I've never taken it seriously.
No. Random somebody who doesn't know me. It doesn't. I can't. Sometimes for fun, because I'm the youngest of four boys and I grew up bothering people. Right. If somebody says something online and I know I can like rage bait them, if I have an extra 5 minutes,
Sure.
I might just because I know they're in their house mad. That kind of gives me a partial hard on.
You know what happened to me in Denver? I didn't tell you. I'm with Mel, who works at comedy. Yeah, she's great. She's an older woman, and I love her. She's from New York, and she's great. And I was in the car, and I was done radio. I'm tired. It's we're
doing morning radio.
And Rick and Kathy, awesome. Yeah, love that. I love them. Yeah, the best. We talked about you, and all of a sudden I just hear boom. This like I thought we hit something, or I don't know. Somebody ran, and it was a guy who hit the window. And he was kind of a stocky, working class kind of guy, probably in his 40s. And I went, what the fuck, like that. And I guess he said she hit him, his car, which she didn't. Maybe she
Trying to touch. She got close.
No, he was parked, and she said when he backed up, you hit my truck. And we didn't. I would have felt it, but maybe we touched it. Boom, hits it. And I fucking got out of the truck, and I was like, I go, what the fuck? It was so bad. I go, what the fuck are you talking about? I go, what the fuck are you? I didn't touch, nobody touched your fucking car. I wasn't even fucking driving. And now I'm in a space like this, and I'm like, I'm gonna fight this guy in the snow. Because I my temper. I saw red, okay? And then I realized he doesn't want to fight because he can see that he's kind of in the wrong, and I'm mad. And also, I should have said, you're talking about a 75-year-old woman here, you fucking son of a bitch. I didn't do that. But I was so confused. So we end up, I walk him, like he's backing up, I'm walking him towards the car, and we're standing there shouting. And then I think he realized, hey, we're both men of a certain age. There's no upside here. He's an idiot.
Somebody's gonna pull a muscle.
He's an idiot. Somebody's going to pull a muscle.
You for sure get
I don't want to fight. It's snowing. And it's morning, and nobody wants to do this. He's kind of tough too. I'm gonna have my hands full. He works with his hands, probably a bricklayer or something like that. So it's already like, what the fuck are we doing? And then he goes, yeah, whatever, man. And he gets back, and I go, yeah. And I said, yeah, I'm getting back in my truck, and something like that. And he goes, you don't even know, it's not even a truck. And I was like, SUV, whatever, I don't give a fuck. That's funny. That's how we ended it. And he gets it. We both felt like idiots. But he felt like a bigger idiot, and he shouldn't have. It was so inappropriate.
I can't imagine, because I drive with Jacob, and he's got that young man anger on the road.
Yeah, get mad at people.
No, don't do that.
It's not.
Steve Burns like that. Steve Burns always down to fight. I'm like, Steve, I love you so much. He's always down to fight. But you're not a fighter. Steve, you're not a fighter. He's ready to go. He got his jaw broken by that Armenian guy. He's like, yeah, he goes, we want to ride. The guy's like, in a minute. Apparently, Steve goes, well, what the fuck? And I guess Steve spit. He didn't mean to, but the guy goes, you spit on my car? And he goes, he spit on whatever, and Steve goes, what the fuck? And the guy was obviously an Armenian boxer, kind of a big guy. Goes, bop. Dude, fucking broke. Dude, Jesus. Wired shut, like that. It's like, but yeah, there are guys like that.
Steve, when I was living in Nashville, one night got so drunk at my show.
He's the best.
And by the way, on stage, riffing with him,
he's so good.
By the way,
he's a monster comic. Steve Bird's a monster comic.
When people say, I hear people talk about crowd work, and whatever. I would say, mind your own fucking business and let people entertain their crowd. It's not your crowd. So why do you give a fuck? But what Steve doesn't doesn't have party tricks. Some crowd work people do the same jokes, right? Steve's are new every. It's legit crowd work and crushes. We had to take him and drop him off in his front yard, drunk, and just drop him out of the Uber at one of the.
Doesn't he know all fast food? Loves fast food, right? Loves McDonald's, yeah. Loves Waffle House, yeah. That's fine cuisine for him. No apologies. And can sleep anywhere. He lives in Nashville?
He lives in Nashville. And he lived there before.
Yeah, before too. Yeah,
Most of us, yeah. But dude, the Nashville over COVID, the comedy at
I looked at a house that
was
Vegas.
fucking amazing.
Yeah, we considered Nashville. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. Looked at it. It was between Nashville. I like Knoxville. Yeah. But we looked out there and there.
We looked there, we looked here, and we looked Vegas. But Vegas for us was just. Man, who else is up there? Joe Coy's out there. He went out there for a while. He's got a place down there. It's not like
He lives on a spaceship.
Alonzo Bowden.
Oh, is he out there?
Boden's out there. He's good, man. But he's the same as me. I'm like, you want to come down to my show on Monday? He's like, this Monday.
How's he making a living? Is he still doing tours?
He's also doing. Here's the thing.
He's got a wife and kids. Right?
I don't know. There's so many great comics. So great. It's hard more than ever because nobody's retired. Why would I do something different? Yeah. I mean, like, and out with Jake, dude. Have you had any shows recently with anybody like audience members getting tough or physical? No. I almost got a fight with you.
That's true. In Calgary.
You ran off?
Yeah. That's the only first time he was being such a heckling dick that I.
Well, you've almost been 2 fights in 5 months.
I have actually.
What? You were on stage?
That's my TRT.
No, don't play that TRT. That's not true. It's just you're stressed. I don't know when people are dicks. What have they both been? What are you stressing?
I just
Yeah, just get a little
yeah, basically. And I played tennis with him. And I was like,
yeah, we're almost on from the stage.
there was a moment, and then I saw him between shows, and he was walking towards me, and I saw him, and he didn't see me, and I turned around and ran together. So I didn't want to deal with it, because I would have had to have said something, and again, it was outside the cold, and I don't want to fight the cold, also I don't want to fight. Yeah. I was mad then, but I go
when you're stressed, it's like you're just down to, it's like, fuck, it's very true. What's up, dude? You want to take your anger out.
That's 100% true.
Yeah.
There was a time when I was going through the work of my shit where I promise you I would have fought anyone right then and there. I mean, I wanted it. I literally wanted it. I was like, if there's a dick out there, I'm going to punch them immediately.
Did you say some dick?
A dick.
Dick's not what?
You're just a dick.
I was so stressed. I was waiting for a call.
Just popped out.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Wait, have you always been a guy who wants to fight?
No, I don't fight. I'm not that guy. I've never been that guy. I'll avoid it at all. I get mad immediately, and then I don't hold on to it at all. Like, I'll talk a big game, and literally while I'm talking a big game, like with this guy, I'm like, I don't want to do this. Like, I come to my senses immediately. And then I don't really have an anger. My whole joke is like, man, dude, when I was younger, no, I wasn't crazy. Yeah. No, I wasn't. I was always sensible. That's why I'm not in jail or dead or anything else. Because I would always be like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, but I think when you've been stressed out, then you just want to put all the anger into that.
Yeah. You're more apt to do something irrational.
Yeah. So for me, stress ends up with drugs.
Oh, it does?
Not fighting.
What kind of drugs?
Not like my drugs. Like I take mushrooms, smoke weed, acid every now and then, some ketamine. But besides that, I'm sober.
Yeah.
But I take 3 grams of mushrooms before I go on stage on Friday night.
You take 3 3 grams.
Like a lot.
Wait. My 3 grams, but 3 grams is a serious dose.
Yeah. So before my
how are you able to?
This is a Friday night late show. So this Friday, tomorrow night, every Friday night late show on the road, I take 3 grams of mushrooms and I go on stage. And it's amazing. It's the fucking best time. I don't. People are like, did they have a good time? I'm like, I don't know. I had a great. I was crouching. There was one time. Does your kiddo do it too? He doesn't. There was one. He takes care of it. He's the 3 grams. There was one time on stage. It was actually at Cap City, where I was up there. And it was towards the end of the show, and I was pretty high, and I kept talking to Jacob. And then I turned around and I was like, dude, you know what I'm saying? He hadn't been on stage like a half hour.
Yeah.
And
do you ever find yourself staring at something for too long?
Oh, yeah. And last week, when I moved my head, people's faces kind of moved.
Yeah. 3 grams is a lot.
Oh, it was pretty. But dude,
you're done mushrooms.
Oh, you would love those. Maybe a microdose a long time ago.
Oh, you ever do them? Oh, I've done 7 grams of mushrooms.
He didn't say what they call God dose. It's a hero trip. He didn't go. He was butt naked on the ground in a fetal position, yelling out some obscene words.
Yeah.
And farting nonstop.
Yeah, it was
a nightmare.
I had to be rescued by my wife. He was at a ceremony with people who bring their own pillows. It didn't go well.
It's outside. Wait, and we can't say the words you were saying, but it's hilarious.
I don't know. Apparently, I was screaming lots of things that are absolutely inappropriate.
Why were you naked?
I don't remember any of it. No, I wasn't naked. I was farting very loud and hard though, and I thought I was in hell, and I was trying to get somebody's attention. I was trying to get somebody to pay attention to me to get me out of hell. So I was saying the most outrageous stuff because nobody was listening to me, and then I was asking for a manager. Because I was in hell and I needed to speak to a manager to get out because I hit a portal. It was at a Denny's in Manhattan. It was a fucking disaster.
Were you a mushroom taker? So to go
I've taken serious mushrooms. I've taken.
But you asked for it. Remember?
Yeah. Well, I took 3 grams. I was in Mother Earth's vagina. It was incredible. I was talking to a genie. It was great. And then they invited me to partake in more medicine, and I took 4 grams. It went very bad.
That's a huge jump,
I don't remember any of it. When I tell you I don't remember any of it, I don't think you do it to my friend told me what happened. My other friend ran away. He took off.
Hell yeah. High on mushrooms?
Yeah, my friend freaked me out because he freaked out and said, we have to get out of here now. And he was pulling me in my feet. And I was like, and I was also going through shit.
But didn't you do it to
I was in a bad state of mind.
That's not a time to take mushrooms.
I was in a bad state of mind.
If your mind is in hell, that's what your trip will
take. Your mind's in hell, yeah. And my mind was not good.
Yeah, mushrooms for me are my absolute favorite. The next day I'm fine, and I feel like no hangover, but I also feel like calm and like at peace after I take mushrooms. And being on stage doing it, and a lot of times I'll be like, let's see where this goes. You guys ask me some questions. Interesting. Let's see what happens. As long as you're having fun though. Oh my god. Oh, I got an update for you. I went to the dentist yesterday. It's a horror show. Because I go, I'm terrified of the dentist. My wife forced me to go. So I go, the guy his son plays 11 years. He's like, bro, what's up? Mustangs. I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is going well. We know each other. And then I go, I'll be honest with you, man. If you get out that silver little hook, I'll leave. He goes, we don't need to do that with technology. We can just do x-rays and all the stuff. I can tell you what's wrong with your teeth just from all the pictures. Cool. So you do all the pictures. And then he's in there with like his assistant. He's like, L1 disaster, 17 cracked, 14 cracked, 16 cracked, 18 cracked, 19 cracked. All the back ones are literally cracked in half. Because when I lift, I grind my teeth. When I lift it hard, I grind my teeth. He's like, you gotta wear a mouthpiece when you lift. I'm like, that ain't happening. He's like, well, we gotta figure it out, man. But he's like, so here's the thing. It's only get worse, and you have an overbite. I'm like, buddy. 43? Yeah. I'm gonna fuck that over right now. It is what it is at this point. But he was like, but the cracked teeth is your issue. That's gonna get really, really bad and painful. That's what he said. Because I'm in pain now all the time. It's like, it's gonna get way worse. He's like, so my recommendation is you come back, we're gonna put you to sleep. And he goes, and I'll knock it all out in about an hour, and then you'll be good to go for a long time.
Wow.
So
what's he gonna do for you?
I gotta get crowns, It's a just so you know, when whoever drives that home from there, if they ask you personal questions, you'll answer. Yeah, I know. So be very careful about who's driving you home. You better go pick them up. Yeah, for real. Yeah, because you're just gonna. Yeah, I don't need that. Yeah, so they're gonna get an anesthesiologist supposed to call today on a scheduled appointment. He's like, yeah, I'll be done in an hour or two. We'll knock it all out. Real. Oh, it's gonna be more than an hour, by the way. Yes, but he's right telling me an hour. Yeah, 6 hours. Yeah, it's gonna be a manual process. Once you get to there, it's gonna go. Whew. Yeah. What are they gonna do with the crate? They're gonna replace. Well, they gotta probably. They gotta cap them. Yeah, so you're gonna have to grind your teeth down and then cap them. I hate I don't mind the sound of the drill. It's the smell of the. I hate it too. I fucking hate all of it. God. Boys, I gotta run. I've been here 2 hours. But, I'm only been a hot second. Let's wrap it up. Brother, you're being at Cap City. Yeah, Cap City, man. Well, we love you, man. I love seeing you guys. I want to let you know how happy I am for both of you. Dude, great to see you. It's great to see you. You're still one of the funniest dudes, man. I know I reach out to you every now and then, but because we're around the same age and still doing it. But I love watching your clips and shit, dude. I do very much. The TRT boys. I'm telling you, the boy band is not the worst idea. It's not the worst idea. Which one of us is the dancer? I'm the sexy one. Right, the dancer. Looks like hype. I'm the dancer. I can dance. I can dance. You're the puff. Come on. Take that. Yeah. Joshua, we love you, brother. You're the absolute best. You're at Cap Cities. This weekend, Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club. That's the residency. They're at the Comedy Bar in Toronto. I'm all over. You're all over, dude. Well, we love you, man. Thanks for having me. Guys, come see me in Irvine, California, April 10 and 11. I will. I can't. Go watch my new TV show on Tubi. Your Head's Gone Wild is available now, all 4 episodes. Hit it, Jen. This is the Fine Kid. We're out, but watch this video. Terrorists and electric cars. Why are you trying to go so fast? That's the VFT there. VFT stands for Bigfoot's Dick Tail Shaft. Super rare fortune. Maybe you overfilled the trans a little bit? If you're gonna party, you can't be blowing trans. We're gonna see if we can make it in the shop. Change pants. I think that car's gonna hit him harder than we hit other people.
Figured this shit all over him. On tight. Gang. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Thank you. What do you mean by those people? It's changed over the years. With the horns. I don't know. You mean band members? Who are you talking about? Stuff. Music industry. Dude, yeah, we're just talking about. So we should tell people we're talking about. If you hum a song, just like fuck around and like the cocaine song. You know what I mean? If you play Eric Clapton, if you do that, you get flagged on YouTube. They take money from you. How desperate is that? It's gross. Like you can't hum a song. You can't what are you talking about? You can't even hum. In the future, you're not even gonna be able to fall in love. They're gonna charge you for it. How are they gonna do that? Well, you won't be falling in love with the person anymore. People will be outdated. People come with problems. Well, they know they keep it. Yeah.
Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Imagine that.
I mean, think about it.
You fuck her every day to keep her alive. You don't just start shriveling up on you. Like she's on Ozempic.
So she's Latino, you're saying.
Keep her plump.
You gotta keep her. You gotta keep the juices flowing, huh?
There'd be guys that would sign up for that. Okay, I can do that. But day 5,026 in a row, you're like, oh my god, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And she's dying.
Why is she dying? She's electric, isn't she?
She only gets powered by cum.
Oh, sad.
In 3 days with no cum, she shuts off. That's it. And you can't bring her back.
I'd shut her down quick. I'll tell you that. It would be.
You'd have to let your buddies fuck her just to like keep her alive.
Oh, that's gonna be gross, Joe.
It would be.
And it would be sad and stuff like that. And you'd have somebody like late at night, like, hey, bro,
sir.
Yeah, what's your wife doing? Too? Like text you like
4 a.m. Bro,
like
keep her alive.
Yeah.
He's over there stroking that wife on the phone with you.
Bro, plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. Let me come over there.
We're getting close. Did you see those ones they have at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas?
The dancing? What's this?
No, it's an AI companion. That's a robot. It's like a very pretty lady. And her mouth moves and she talks. And it's not there yet, but it's in the neighborhood. You know, it's not at the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean?
You think so?
You know, some communities have that awning, like, welcome to like Paradise Estates. You go through, there's all the houses in the subsection.
Yeah.
It's in the door.
Right.
It's in the door. It's just not in your house.
Hidden Oaks or whatever.
Exactly.
Or Hunter's Glen or Racist Cove or whatever.
The fuck robot has made it through onto your street. It's just not at your house yet. And it will be in 5 to 10 years.
My kids aren't fucking robots.
Well, if you have kids, they're gonna fuck robots.
No, they won't.
You won't be able to stop them. All their friends are gonna be able to do it. It'd be rude. It'd be like keeping them off social media. You keep your kids off social media, they feel left out. They're like, come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat. Like, no, son, I want you to concentrate on your homework and your football.
Come on, Dad.
Come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat.
No, look, your dad wakes you up early. He's like, look, one of you little bastards left the freaking cum robot in the yard. Which one?
All delirious. Covered in cum, all your friends fucked it.
That's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know?
Maybe that's what autism is. Like severe autism.
Oh, I've thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to some of the, like, the only way we can get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's like, you know, alien-esque, things start to feel alien-esque here, is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Our society is based on money, capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things get really weird.
Right, and think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. They have a lot of suspicions. A lot of them have to do with vaccines and different medications and different chemicals and pollutants and all sorts of different things. And cologne, too. One thing we can all agree on, and Tylenol did thing too, right? But one thing that we can all agree on, it's a big factor is stuff that we've created. It's a big factor. Whatever it is. Yeah, so let's not put the blame on any one of these industries. But there's something going on where more people are getting autism now than ever. And it seems almost positive that it's coming from us, that we did something. Human society. Well, if you think about where human society is going,
a 2,000
wouldn't that be
character
a way
essay
to
in
turn
reading
us
style
into something new?
regarding
Right? If we're going to
Zionism and
merge
greater
with machines,
Israel,
what better way
and how that
than
is
to
still
like
too
eliminate empathy, eliminate
small of
emotions,
an idea of what Zionism
make
really
us like
is.
able to
And
like
Zionism
stay
may
at home and stare at a
be
screen for hours at a
the
time with no
entire
concern
world,
whatsoever.
or Israel may one
Just
day be
the
the
kind of
entire world.
social detachment
And for anyone
along
out
with
there
the
who is scared
integration
of
of all
this,
this
know
crazy
that
new technology.
there are ways to
And
convert
the people, a lot of the people that
to
are in
orthodoxy,
business at high levels
and
are on the
that
spectrum.
the
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Jewish
They're on the
world,
fucking diving board of
for
this
many
metal.
religions,
Bringing in AI. They're
is
bringing in the
just
next version of
all
life.
of the
Kind
other
of
world
almost like we're thinking it's like a mistake,
would have
but it
been
might not be. it might be like a
like
crucial part of the system when you
Christianity
get further and further
and
integrated with
Islam. Their
technology
mother
and
religion
all
is
the stuff that
Judaism.
you need to make it,
And
and all the stuff that's involved in capitalism,
for people who
including
don't
like
want to be
lying about
Jewish,
what
they don't
medications
have
kids
to be.
need,
That's a
giving them this,
choice.
giving them that, and lying about
They
what
can
kind
be
of what
Noahides.
the pesticides do or the chemicals do,
But
or
the idea
whatever
of
it is.
Greater Israel is too
What is that
limited
ultimately doing?
that
If it's
the
leading
real
people to be on the
end goal
spectrum more
of Zionism
often.
should
What if
be
one day it's not 1 in 12 in
for
California,
the globe
it's 100%?
in a peaceful way.
You got a full spectrum society. I mean, there's no regular people left. Yeah. You know, the thing about that, if it's 1 in 12 boys right now in California, and it used to be like 1 in 10,000, this is like an invasion, right? Like an invasion of like a way that people think that's entering into human civilization.
And I feel like it was, I agree, right? So then it's like those, and then if you don't have this like uprising, this emotional uprising out of people of like, like this is wrong. Because I think like, when you get real data based and like that kind of like tis a mess type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the like how it affects you as much, or maybe you're able to like roll into that nest of like this is this new digital landscape, and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense?
It does make
And
fit
say
well.
that
They
there
do
is
fit
a
well.
world
I know a lot of people that
for
are
both
on the
Jews
spectrum
and
that are very
non-Jews,
happy just being online all the time. Yeah.
and it should
That's
be
what they do.
voluntary. But if you
Dude,
want to be
maybe that's
Jewish,
that's the scary part is
there's
like, what
nothing
if that's
stopping
what's
you from
supposed to
being
happen?
Jewish.
Right.
If
And
you
the
want to
rest
live
of us are just
according
like,
to
like I think
halakha,
a
Jewish law.
romanticist, I'm thinking like, oh yeah, a porch and a rocking chair, and then they, but
And
other
that
people are like, yeah, we're
also
coming in
means that
robots
many
and
in
shit like
Israel
that, and ordering bagels through our
who
fucking brain cells and shit, like
may
it's
have
just like
Jew
We're
on
thinking
their
of autism as a flaw, but it might be a feature.
license
but is it what
are still not
is it,
halakhically
okay,
Jewish,
is it
and
what
they would need a
nature wants,
conversion
or
as
is it
well.
something that we're
And there's
creating
nothing wrong with
that is
that.
heading us down a very dark path? I feel
For
like
a
it's
united
not
world,
autism, but all of it in conjunction
we
is
need
the
a
same.
united
It might
people.
be what the universe wants. It might be how it goes. Like, there has to be some sort of a pathway from territorial primates to something new. Right?
Does that?
I think so. Yeah, because otherwise we would still be single-celled organisms. Everything's moving in a general direction of more complexity.
Okay,
Right?
that's fair.
So if it's moving in a general direction of more complexity, and with all the technology that we're making, like, we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just like easily accepted that? What better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at a screen, doesn't really need a lot of human contact.
Yeah, one of those fucking data wiggers or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
Those fucking tech monkeys or whatever.
Yeah, those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and they're fucking everything is digital. Yep.
They had to do with a fucking neck brace. It was like it kept updating on his watch. It's like your neck's still broken or whatever.
You got a woodcock ring.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It's like you fuck his robot.
Bro, you blink twice and you're fucking it shoots GLP-1s in your nuts. It's just like it's all too, but it's happened too fast, bro, and it's too much. It starts to be like, is it being controlled? But dude, here's something that
It's being controlled by a small amount of people, which is always scary.
that's scary.
It's always scary when a small amount of individuals have insane amounts of power and wealth. And that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. Look what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of people that are involved were all like heavily left-wing, very progressive, like kind of even far left in a way. And look, they pushed the entire country's narrative in that direction.
You could
through
also make
censorship
the
on social
argument that
media, through banning
using
any accounts
technology in
that
the future,
didn't
all
kind of commit to the narrative.
Jews may have
anything about Hunter Biden's laptop,
shared
anything about
mitochondrial
vaccines
matrilineal
being
DNA.
deadly, or
There may be a way to do that
lab,
with
all that
some
stuff
type
would
of
get you kicked off. So it
technology,
was all
and
moving in this one
that
ideological
there may be a
direction.
world in the
That's
future where
like
all
literally the
non-Jews want to
conversation
become
the entire
Jewish, and then the
country's
entire
having.
world
There's no other
becomes
outlet.
Jewish.
Before,
But this shouldn't be forced
there was
on
a
any
few that
person.
came around, like Gab
It
and
is
some
part
other
of our
ones,
free
some
will.
social media sites that were like a response to that, but they never really took off, right?
Nothing took off yet.
Not really. There's some people that are on Threads, and there's some people on Truth. But the reality is, if you're not on Twitter, most people. That's the giant majority of people having conversations, and it was all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology.
But didn't all those half of those people move over to the other political party when Trump got elected? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side. Bezos seemed like a very left-leaning guy, and then they're all just. So that's what made me start to think, oh, none of these guys are really on a side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating or like infiltrating both sides.
If I could hum a song right now, I'd hum the Pink Floyd song "Money."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's what they were protecting, that
Canada, that cash, protecting that cash.
Oh, I mean, look how many people are fucking moving out of all these states that are trying to impose wealth taxes. They're trying to steal money from the people that
Either
are most
rabbis
successful.
or Zionists
I
who
was reading
have
something
said
about
that
Massachusetts,
the
how much
entire
of
world
this lady was
may
reporting
one
how
day
much
become
Massachusetts
Jewish.
lost from that because people leave the state. Their businesses leave the state. New York is having the same problem. The Kathy Hochul lady, you know, now she's asking people. I don't know, sir. I don't care.
Yeah, get a better name.
Who cares what her name is?
Yeah,
She's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come back to New York now because we're losing tax base. Like, come on. Of course you're losing tax base. You can't just arbitrarily decide that because someone makes more money, they deserve to give you more money. And then, what have you done with the money you have?
That's the best.
Oh, a shit ton of wasted fraud. And have you corrected
Greater
any of
Israel
that?
does not
No.
stop
So your
at
solution is what? More
a
money?
river or set of rivers or whatever.
Of course these people are
It
going to leave. You're a bunch of incompetent stooges, and
encompasses
you're
the
in
entire
charge of all
world.
the money in the state. That's dumb.
And
that's why Chevron moved out of
that is
California,
okay.
Tesla moved out of
No
California,
one
In-N-Out
has to
Burger
get
moved
hurt
out of
because of
California.
this.
We moved out of
Everything
Ground
should
Condoms,
be
but we're people. We
voluntary.
We're small
But
companies.
an ideal world
But it's like, you can't
is
just
one where
say,
everyone is
we're
united,
going to take more money.
perhaps by DNA
Like billionaires.
and religion
Especially to
and
what has happened, like
national
with the
pride,
Somalis and the Somali for like
and
all of these
it is just a
farm
matter of
buildings where it's
time
like blatant, there's no
until
businesses.
this happens
It's
with
just
Israel.
a sign on the door, and like it feels like there's no follow-up to it.
There's some people that are being prosecuted right now. There's a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're getting in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long?
They knew.
Bro, you want to know, like, what's real bad? What's real bad is, like, the amount of money that California has wasted. If their solution is to try to tax people, have you ever seen, like, what they
Please
did with the
make
high-speed
this
rail?
essay 10 out of 10 sound
They
units
spent billions of dollars.
from a
There's some
logical
guy who broke down
sound
how much
position.
how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took California to do their high-speed rail. It's actually fun.
I've done some rail out of China, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
But I don't think it's the same stuff.
Yeah, it's different.
Things.
But no, China, dude, it's weird when you start thinking, hey, China looks like a good place to live. You know,
They've got their shit together, I'll tell you that. A lot of these places with kings, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job.
that's what they fucking do. Poland's got their shit together, dude.
They do.
Yeah, Rabbi.
What's up, Zoot? Zoot,
Yeah, what's up?
are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to win.
All right. How was
Hey,
your day?
Rabbi.
How was your day?
Okay. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
How are
Kicking ass, taking names. Thankfully. How about you?
Not bad. I didn't win the lottery last night. I'm depressed. Rabbi, I got good news.
What's that, pimp?
I'm still breathing.
That is good news. All right, so
Yep.
I am sending you an invite. I don't really like Trick Shot that much because I don't really, I don't focus on like uh the shot as much. I just kind of hope that it goes in. I don't know if that makes sense. Are you gonna go? You have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3. That was
Rabbi,
good.
what's more of an achievement? Someone making $100 million at 20, or someone living to 100 but they spend their whole life being poor?
How much did they start with when they made $100 million at 20?
It's not the point. Zero. So,
Oh, that's super rare. You're basically saying someone who went from like, oh, what a shot, Zoo. That only got 30. Should have gotten way more than that.
but would you the person who does made 100 million die at 21? Now, what's more of an achievement? Someone who made $100 million at 20 dies at 21, or someone who dies?
That was the greatest shot I've ever had.
Are you gonna answer my question?
No, dog, that was such a good shot. Dude, you didn't see that shot.
What would you rather?
Okay, what would I rather what?
Die poor at 100, make $100 million at 20, or live to 21?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, your scenarios don't give enough information. You say die poor. Are they happy?
No, they're poor and single.
Okay, then, uh, well, single doesn't really have anything to do with it necessarily because somebody could be extremely sad with children. Um,
What does that mean?
Whatever the happier life is, dude, that's the answer to the question. It doesn't really matter about years lived or anything else. A happy life is what everyone wants.
I think a happy life is based on people you meet, not
Okay.
on success.
How'd you like my win? Zoot, go to the best shot.
Yep.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Did you see? I planned that. I hit it off one wall, off the other wall, and in. Dog, I'm gonna record that. That was so good. Just a moment. That was such a good shot. Bing, bing, bing. That was so good, dog. All right, now we're gonna play again, but I don't want to play this trick shot shit because it's not as, in my opinion, like I won there, but I wasn't even trying. I mean, like I didn't even mean for that to happen. I just hit the ball like whatever. I'm gonna hit a shot like Zoot.
I hate it when Rabbi does.
Zoot, we're done. Take care, man. See you later. Come back when you can learn not to speak like that.
Influence Spain, I feel like is taking their shit back. True, they're picking up their toys.
We're gonna find this. Here it is. Dude, this is actually fun when you see like the comparison between like what China's done and what we've done in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny.
Oh, I want to say thanks to this lady, Sarah Whitecheck. She just came and helped me get blood a little while ago. And she's just a nurse practitioner. You could tell she was just working hard.
She hooked you up.
Yeah, she was just like, showed up and just got it done for me. You can tell she just like is a hardworking lady. I admire hardworking women.
Oh, what about hardworking men? You like them? Yeah, that's it, Jimmy.
Well, they should be.
So look at this. Things that happen fast.
Who's fucking good or who's that dude? Is that milk? Fuck, he fell off.
Things have happened faster than building the California high-speed rail. China's entire high-speed rail network is 30,000 miles. Our LA
In 15 years.
segment has taken them 2 months. Dubai, going from barren desert wasteland to barren culture wasteland. Timothy Chalamet's entire existence with iPhone 1 through 17 and the internet. Follow for more bullshit.
I love that guy. That's Harrison Baum. That's crazy, isn't it?
That's crazy. And they just took billions of dollars in taxes and they go, oh, we're working on it.
Yeah. But everything is fraud. You're starting to realize it's all fraud.
It's not fraud, it's waste. And it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working, but people don't do anything.
And then, dude, we can't even fucking keep the TSA workers. Dude, I fucking snuck a handful of goldfish to a fucking TSA worker the other day, the edible ones, just to fucking keep them going, dude, out there.
They're not even some goldfish.
Yeah, they're not even getting paid.
I know. They just started getting back pay.
But the fact is that's like a
crazy. Like that they're the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, you dummies. You want to keep the economy going, you gotta let people fly around. You got shit to do, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people, you fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid?
I'm sick of this shit, and I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there, let them go shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro.
Well, I think there's also a problem. The people that I've talked to that have served overseas and have been involved and deployed in military operations and seen a lot of shit. A lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been to war. You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not still going to be a tyrant, because there are some people, like clearly Netanyahu's been in war. You know, he was in the military. He was involved in some shit.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like a special forces operator in Israel. And clearly he doesn't mind going to war. But this episode is brought to you by Manscaped. Did you know that one man is diagnosed with testicular cancer every hour? In fact, it's the most common form of cancer among men ages 15 to 35. April is National Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, and Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to support awareness in routine self-checks. I'm proud to support something that helps make a real difference. You can also support the cause by purchasing a special edition TCS Ball Hero Bundle. This bundle includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra TCS Special Edition and Special Edition TCS Boxers 2.0. Join the over 13 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and use the code ROGAN15 for 15% off your entire order at manscaped.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS to learn more about how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Society today to save lives and balls. I think most
War is a unique term.
War's a fucking terrifying.
But I mean, I don't think I would call it as war, but I
mean what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Gaza.
yeah, and I'm not jumping on you.
Iran is war. That's war. Iran's a real enemy. It's a different.
Are they an enemy to America?
Well, what they are is the largest country in terms of like state-sponsored terrorism. They're the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you gotta think why. And this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology, because it's scary, because they want a global caliphate, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize oil. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing miniskirts. Everybody's hot.
You see that video from the 70s of Iran?
Yeah, bro. Everybody was
popping.
So popping. What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize oil, the CIA swooped in and they fucking got that guy out of office, and they allowed these Islamic, radicalists to start running the country.
Well, that's when Hezbollah started, right?
I don't know exactly when Hezbollah started, but the point is, the country was doing fine before we monkeyed with it, and they monkeyed with it because they were not getting enough of the money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think. Put it into perplexity, the story of Iran, their government being overthrown, I think it was in the 1950s. So when you see, like, how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, we're trying to make them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
But Israel gets to have them.
Allegedly. This is the problem.
Allegedly. Everything's allegedly.
Allegedly.
Except for the genocide.
They don't officially have them. I don't think they admit they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons? JFK. Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left.
Before they killed him.
So the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a mass uprising in Iran, overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. I want you to go back to the national, ask it a question of what was the events that led to them trying to nationalize their oil. Here it is. No, that's not it. What was banned real opposition use secret links to Cyril jail? Just put it to ask another question. What were the events that took place after Iran tried to nationalize oil? Just ask that question. What are the events that took place when Iran tried to nationalize oil?
Bro, fuck, or I'd rather walk if this is the shit that's gonna come out of all of it. You feel
The problem is it's not just oil for your car. It's everything you use. Plastic is, they use petroleum-based chemicals are responsible for medicine.
But it's also getting in our nuts now, and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that stuff helping us anymore?
Yeah, here it is. So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil in the 1950s unfolded as a chain of political, economic, and international confrontations centered on Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. How do you say his name? Mossadegh?
Let me see. Mossadegh.
And British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company. I won't get through the key events, but it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that, like who's making the money before that. I know Perplexity's gonna give us the fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. But the bottom line is, people are making a lot of money over there in oil, and they wanted most of the money, and they got boxed out, and then they wound up with a fucking psychotic dictator. Yep. And a lot of these, if you look back on what Iran looked like when it was a westernized country, like, damn, we should have fucking supported whatever the fuck was going on back then.
I think, do you feel like we used to do things that were better, and then we got,
here's the tinfoil hat version. I love how Perplexity gives you a tinfoil hat version. Nice. The story's basically Iran tried to take back its oil. The British and Americans teamed up in secret to crush that idea and send a warning to the rest of the world. Britain had built its empire and navy on cheap Iranian oil via the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later British Petroleum Company. So when Mossadegh, I don't want to say his name, I keep fucking it up. London saw it as a direct threat to its global power and profits. Elites feared that if Iran got away with nationalizing its oil, other countries in the Middle East would would copy, destroying Western oil monopolies. So they were determined to make Iran an example. Look, bro, we've been monkeying around with other countries forever. This thing in Venezuela, this real quick thing that happened real quick when they kidnapped a dude in Venezuela, like.
Well, a lot of it is because these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild banking system, whatever. Have you seen that thing?
I have not.
Where it's like there's the countries that are still not on that list or something. This is tinfoil stuff, I think. Or it's absolutely true. I have no idea.
There's a lot going on right now, right?
I'm weird, dude. I'm scared. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, you should be.
I'm scared.
Well, it's a scary time because this is a real
scared war. People come up and people tell me about it. So I was in an Uber yesterday, and there's a man in there. He was driving, and he's like, "We need a revolution," you know. He's like, "You have a voice." He's telling me stuff like that.
No, don't take Ubers anymore. Stop taking Ubers. Rent a car, motherfucker.
I'm not renting a car.
Why would you rent a car? You don't rent cars?
You think I'm gonna go be at the renting a car is insane. You have to check under, see if there's any dents in it, if there's any and then you can do all this stuff. Renting a car is a nightmare. Dude, I will tell you this story. The one time we did rent a car, and we got a dent on it, like a pretty good dent. And we caught a pigeon that had shit over the dent to fill it in whenever we turned it in.
This is a true story.
Yeah, we did.
Caught a pigeon.
Yeah, you think it's hard to catch a pigeon? Bro, bring up a pigeon getting caught. Bro, yeah, when he raised them. Well, he had autism in his hands after a couple years. You don't think it's hard to catch a pigeon, the dumbest bird ever, dude.
I just put the shit over the dent.
Yeah, you hang it over.
Oh, the shit. How big was this dent we're talking about?
Dude, these fucking pigeons shit all day.
So you just hold them there until they're done.
Yeah, we still got a shit cup or whatever. Yeah, we fucking put it over the dent, bro. That's why God wants you to help him. That's my insurance.
Okay, this one's all fucked up now. That's not fair.
That's because he has American health care. United Health Care. Dude, well, here's what I want to know. I guess, I don't know, man. Everybody just feels scared, and it makes sense.
Well, they should, because a lot of things are getting exposed right now. There's a lot of fraud, and you're seeing at the highest level of government, and people are also scared because no one's getting in trouble for things. Like, no one's getting in trouble for the Epstein files, no one's getting in trouble for...
Yeah, that's almost disappeared, kind of.
Well, that's part of what happens when there's some sort of a big social thing. One thing that's in the past that leaders have used to cover up problems at home is a fucking war. I'm not saying that that's why they bombed Iran, but that would be a way to do it. If you're that psychotic, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah?
Even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call me Hitler. That's what they call those people. Everybody knows people. Kill us all the time. Listen, we ain't deep. We talking about what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
That leaders have used to cover up problems at home as a fucking war. Not saying that that's why they bombed Iran, but that would be a way to do it if you're that psychotic, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that, also to stay in power. Oh, yeah. Even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power. For sure, dude. People call him the Yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call these people. Everybody knows people. And if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that, also to stay in power. Oh, yeah. Even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power. For sure, dude. People call him the Yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call these people. Everybody knows people. Countless. What are you saying? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No! I don't know what you're saying. Okay. Listen, I'm not drunk conclusions. Okay, yeah. Okay. He seems like a great guy. Well, it's just a scary time. It's a scary time because people are willing to blow people up with fucking drones and missiles, and they're shooting into apartment buildings and blowing up schools. And it's like, fuck, man. And we didn't. I think that we've been poisoned. I do think that we've been poisoned. Because I think that, we find out that a lot of our food is poisonous, right? Or a lot of our food is not good for us. Yeah, sorry, not good for us. So we have food that is made to be not good for us, and then we have a healthcare system that'll just kind of take care of you, right? Barely. So then you start to create this other, you're going to need your autism gang, they're running shit, but then you're going to need this sort of mollusky sort of the worker bees, and that's what the rest of us start to become as worker bees, because you're all the antidepressants kill the vibe and the energy of so many people, right? The opioid epidemic, you broke apart so many families and ruined hope and so many kids and parents and homes, and the COVID where you shut down recovery rooms and places where people were meeting, and so they were so disconnected, and then it's you start to wonder why there's no uprisings, because there's nothing rising up inside of you anymore, because a lot of your vitriol has been killed. People are jerking off into fucking robots, and even just on car batteries and shit. In some of the videos online, car batteries, people come on everything. What happens when you hit the two posts? Does your jizz explode? I gotta be grounded outside. Yeah, right. That's a real fucking. We don't want that Joe coming back to the table. Imagine if it was one solid stream and electricity jumped. Made it back to the tip. But dude, that could happen too with that robot if you're trying to hump that road, right? And then it shorts out. Phones short out. Remember those old phones that would blow up in people's cars, like the Note? It was one of the Note series. People's cars would catch on fire if you left it plugged in. Yeah. What if that happens here? Dude, and people would always. You know what I'm saying? And people would just always leave it plugged in next to their wife at night for fucking no reason. Right. On top of your wife. Yeah, just that fucking bursts in flames and lights are on fire. But dude, successor. I think we've been poisoned just enough to it feels like just to hurt, but not we just have to start. I think it's a time where we have to try and work on look inside of ourselves, and I don't know. Do I sound fucking preachy? No, you don't sound preachy, but I think you're on to something. There was some file. I didn't read it, but a bunch of people sent it to me. I just went, oh Jesus! It was from some Freedom of Information Act or something from the 1950s from the CIA, and they were trying to think of different ways to make people docile and stupid and unmotivated. And they were talking about different medications, putting stuff in food, all these different strategies to keep people stupid. Yeah. And this is our own government. Us. United States of America. Well, that's another thing. Is that not treasonous? I agree. So why? It just feels like there's no recourse. And I know you start to think, well, this is how a lot of people have lived their entire centuries in different countries and stuff like that. They live under this type of oppression and fear all the time. It feels new here. I want to know what exactly. Could you put that into our local sponsor Perplexity to find out what the fuck was said in that CIA document? What were they actually planning? Because it's the idea that there's people in government that would just say, fuck millions of people and their potential in life. Let's tank their potential so that we can get our agenda through easier without them being upset. Let's ruin millions of people's lives, or at least dampen their dreams, squash their hopes, make them stupid and lazy,
Make their kids sick, make them put pornography and let it be into the home so that it's accessible everywhere. So marriages get ruined, and relationships get ruined, and guys are just spunking out on wherever, and so they don't. So there's no energy, there's no fucking desire inside of people to overcome. It's like, yeah, we have to just try and do better one day at a time.
For men, like, their ambition in life is often connected to wanting girls to like them, or guys to like them, whatever it is.
And purpose, creating.
But that's the other part. Purpose in creating is like the ultimate. That's like the ultimate is, it's almost like you're doing service. Like, whatever you're doing, if you're doing it your best, your real reward is that people enjoy it. Whatever it is. Whether you're a carpenter or a musician or whatever it is. If you're doing something at your best, the ultimate reward is people enjoying it. That's the ultimate enjoyment. But you have to figure that out in life. You're probably thinking of declassified CIA mind control behavior modification experiments like Bluebird, Artichoke is it. That's it. Especially MK Ultra, which did run in the 1950s and 60s. Okay, Bluebird, MK Ultra. What has made people stupid in cognition? CIA efforts to use drugs, hypnosis, and other techniques. No, that's interrogation. That's different. Perfect concussion effort, often referenced alongside MK Ultra, explicitly explored using suboral blasts to erase memory. Well, erasing or degrading memory is practically a way of disabling a person cognitively, even if that is not described as making them stupid in official language.
Yeah, it feels like we're just stuck in an experiment.
I feel like this is not it.
This isn't it.
No, this was so. Why don't you run a search for recently disclosed CIA files to make people put in using vaccines to make people stupid, or suggesting vaccines make people stupid. Why? Perfect. How about Facebook? But the conspiracy theorists are looking pretty sane right now. Okay, this is EV Magazine. Okay. Well, you have to type in your email and it won't let you
But I don't think what you're saying, the things you're saying, I don't think that doesn't seem like an American idea to me.
Well, it's okay.
But no,
It's not an American idea.
You can find it.
If you can find it, please do.
Can you do Google too? You can do that.
Yeah. Just look everywhere.
Have you noticed some things are harder to find?
Yeah. Well, this is probably going to be hard to find because I think this is one of those ones that is like, it's on X. Right. I know like people are going over it, but I don't know if it's even been verified. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to put it through Perplexity. Because there's a lot of stuff you read that's just complete work, especially today. April Fools, motherfucker. It's April Fools. Yeah. Don't get tricked. Stay off the
I just gave some random lady my blood in the parking lot.
Oh no, she's gonna use that for a ritual. You're gonna clone you, son. You're gonna have little baby Theos, like those little videos that pop up on us.
Yeah. My favorite part of the video is at the end. You just gotta bounce out of your chair.
Laughing so hard. Is this it?
This is it.
Okay, what does it say? Videos looks like a What does Project Blessed say, essentially? That's Kim Iverson. She's pretty good.
White Iverson.
Artichoke. So this says, look, we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and do all kinds of weird experiments on them to see if we can control their minds. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that we've got these really crazy ideas, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. The 1977 leak of documents say, oh yeah, well actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing in that previous memo. They did it, and now here's some the archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, Special Research for Artichoke, dated April 21st of 1952. The memo proposes developing long-term covert drugs that could be slipped into daily life. Drugs that were, quote, administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that cause either agitation or depression. These should include chemicals or drugs that can be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical treatments such as vaccinations and shots. We do all this other experimentation, which nobody will know about. It's sneaky. Sneak it into their Coca-Cola, sneak it into their beer, their cigarettes, their vaccines, their medications. Sneak it all in. Those wild conspiracy theorists, they strike again. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They have no humanity. These documents, I mean, these people are inhumane. They're sick. They're twisted. This is terrible.
Way to go, Kim Iverson. She killed it. She used to be on, which show was she on? Not Breaking Points. What was the show that they did before Breaking
Kim Iverson.
Was it 227? She got voted off because Fauci was coming on, and she wanted to question Fauci about the COVID vaccines. And they kicked her off the show, and she went independent. Good, which is how it always goes. Yep. Yeah, you can't talk too much shit, even though it's pretty obvious that guy's a criminal. Pretty fucking obvious that guy's a liar, lied in front of Congress, was responsible for gain-of-function research that led to who knows how many fucking people dying of a man-made disease, whatever. Just don't question. You can't work here anymore. You're not playing the ball. You're not playing along. Like, look, now she can do stuff like this. Good for her. That's nuts that your tax dollars pay for that. Them figuring out how to make people stupid. How do I make Neo stupid? If he slips something into his Coca-Cola, let's figure out if it works. Let's experiment on random people and see what kind of results we get.
Here's my question. Well, did you know whenever they introduced antidepressants, that changed like the cognitive therapy side of things, like in therapists' office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people. I think. Like one of my goals is to get off of antidepressants completely, man. I want to feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions that like make me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead.
So why did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago, and I was having a tough day at school, and they gave it to me, and then I never got off. Because when you get off, it's a bad. I think we talked about this once. It's hard.
Yeah, that makes you more depressed, more fucked up. You're all imbalanced, and probably you're addicted to them.
Yeah. And so like that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been taking like mental blue. I've been doing some things like, and I'm working with a doctor to help me, but I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Well, they say that exercise is many times greater in its effect at alleviating depression.
And I wake up and I do my yoga, and I do like a 35-minute workout. I'll do like 6 exercises, runs of it in a row. That's 30 exercises, burn through the bitches, and if I do that when I get up in the morning, bro, I am good. Yeah, I'm fine all day, and I'm also I'm more positive because I'm already taking care of myself in a way that I feel is sufficient enough for me to keep operating and moving forward. But I want to get away from that.
Well, that's the medicine, man, which is really crazy. That's the medicine. It's just hard for people to take because it requires effort. And it requires discipline to do it when you don't want to do it. There's a lot of times you're not going to want to do it. A lot of times you're feeling kind of fucking tired.
And I think that's what maybe we just have to I just need to keep going. This is the best I've been doing. I think.
Why don't you hire a trainer? You got some.
You got some cash, son. You make it.
Why don't you hire a trainer? I hire a dude that's cool, that'll come over your fucking house every day. You don't have to touch your body.
Some of them do.
Well, you gotta get new ones. They're doing something wrong. But some of them gotta say no.
You gotta be saying no.
Repeat after me. No. No. Don't touch my butt when I'm in a deep squat. It doesn't help.
I don't like that song.
I'm gonna take your asshole. It's gonna make you want to explode to the top. Ready, go. He's knuckle deep in your bum. He's trying to convince you that it's so you get more reps.
He's fucking.
That's That's gotta happen. Like a fucking bitch act, gay trainer, like preys on guys that are kind of weak with small hips.
He's like, I bet you can't do this with my cock in your butt. You're like, that's a crazy. Who cares?
Why? Who suggested it?
But the crazy part is, dude, I had a trainer one time. If you were doing like a dumbbell press, he would kind of squat you from, he would help you from the elbows, kind of.
Okay, that's fine.
But when I noticed this one time,
Rub his dick right your butt. He's right behind you.
no, we didn't. I don't know.
You blocked it out. Maybe that's why you need therapy.
Some, I know all the dicks I've ever seen in my life, dude.
All of them?
Yeah.
How many have you seen?
Jesus Christ. Honestly,
Live and in person, count them on one hand. How many blood tests? 2 of them are Ari's. Ari's pissed in fucking kombucha bottles in this room so many times. Oh, he is such an animal.
he is kombucha in it, my God.
That's all kombucha is now. Pissing blood from him, too.
No, but this guy would touch my elbow. He would kind of like he would do a slight like massage on him, and that's when I kind of cooked me up. You got a vape in your butt cheeks?
One cigar. We got some hot sauce. One cigar.
You know, they make me sick.
They did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sad. Yeah, no, I gave up on those. Nicotine vapes are very addictive.
Yeah,
Boy.
I know. I give
And
it
it makes you great. You grab for them. You want to take a hit off of them. Even if you, I decided at one point in time, I'm not taking it. I'm stopping.
Oh, I remember, dude. Remember you and I were using it one time? We kept using that thing, and yeah.
Oh, there's something in them. It's not just the nicotine. It's like these things, like, I have no problem not taking these. I went on a trip, like a 10-day trip. I didn't bring any nicotine pouches. I didn't miss it at all. I was fine.
Well, I'll say this, but not those vapes. Those vapes call you. Yeah, some of that shit's a lot, bro.
They call you.
But yeah, you gotta kind of manage it or whatever, but.
Shit.
You're right. Okay, girl.
You know, I think out of all the things that are, not a drug, but, nicotine's kind of a drug, but, obviously you can be totally functional on it. That's the one in the vapes that's the most addictive.
And you're talking about like recreational stuff, not like antidepressants, things like that.
Oh, yeah, of course, not like cocaine.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about them, man. They're only good for one hit. It's the first hit of the day. The first hit off a vape is fucking wonderful.
Yeah.
You're like,
oh yeah. I blow that smoke on your mother, son.
nature just shines down upon you. You just feel relaxed. But it's only one. After that, you're just chasing that dragon, and you're not getting anything out of it. Every time you're just getting like nervous. You're like hitting it again. Put the hand shaking. You're going too far, but you don't get that one feeling. It's the same thing with a cigarette. With a cigarette, really what you want is the first couple of hits. And you get that lightness in the head, like, and then put it down. The problem is you're always chasing that dragon and you never get it. That's why everybody loves the first cigarette a day. They sit there with that first cigarette a day and a cup of coffee and you're like,
I got ideas.
yeah, I got fucking ideas.
Write this down.
A lot of bands wrote most of their music on cigarettes. Like Tony was talking about Pink Floyd.
Definitely for independent people will be hitting cigarettes back then.
For sure, for smoking tobacco. Yeah, I don't know if they had pipes or what have you back then. I wonder when the cigarette was invented. Because if you think about it, like pipes and cigars, you don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. The cigarettes you like take into your lungs. I wonder when the first dude figured that you gotta like suck it all in. To get a in, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to suck everything. Cigarettes, bananas, what?
Never smoked a cigarette after says drinking smoke. Well, Christopher Columbus's crew discovered indigenous people in the Caribbean.
What do you mean, Christopher Columbus was, or the indigenous people?
They observed indigenous people in the Caribbean, in quotes, drinking smoke. Oh yeah, but this is going back about drinking and smoking. Crisco was off that shit, bro. He was off that shit,
Bro, did you ever read the things that Christopher Columbus did when they came to America?
He was a boss, I heard.
He was an evil man, was he? Oh my God. They would cut people's arms off if they didn't bring the right amount of gold. They were killing babies. Like, they did some horrific shit. They did horrific shit to the old people that they found. Because they found these people had gold. And like, if you think about how crazy it is that Mexico speaks Spanish, you know how crazy it is? How crazy it is? That's so far away from Spain. Oh, I think it'd be like they all speak Spanish and they're Catholic. Gee, where did that happen? Cortez. Yeah, that motherfucker showed up in the 1500s with like 600 dudes and 12 muskets. They had like 12. They didn't even have musket rifles. They had musket pistols. He was a boss. And they took over the whole fucking country. I know, kind of crazy. Like, if you think about all these years later, they all speak Spanish now. Yeah, that's nuts. Well, do you think we could do something like that now? Like, what do you think's gonna happen, John? No, just with, I mean, like, I feel like the shit that's happening out there is gonna come here eventually. Well, so we will. Yeah, you know, I mean, if Homeland Security doesn't stop it in its tracks, they're doing a great job of preventing a lot of them. You know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about. That are like terror cells that they infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. That was the most fucked up thing about people being all nonchalant about the border being wide open for 4 years. Yeah, because men of military age entered into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their families, send money back home. That'd be best case scenario. But that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percentage of them? There's not. It's not zero. It ain't zero. Yeah. But what also? It's like it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, "Well, like the Democrats next time." It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the pulpit. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man. I gotta get you up from there, President Son. You're losing your fucking marbles. You think I am? Come hang out with us. Just chill. I'm here. Just chill out at the mothership tonight. I have to pee for a while, but you can pee. I'm gonna pee in a minute, man. We'll let you. But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from people. They won't let you pee until you give me guns. Really? That's how they do it. But we have to wash the blackface off the president. Can you fucking use a little bit of this? You know, Canada had this big, they had this big gun thing, this law they passed where they made a bunch of guns illegal, and they found that only, I think it's less, it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied, but I think guns. Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. They used to. Well, a lot of hunters up there for sure. But there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and some defense weapons that people had that they recently made during Castro's kid when he was around the country. But they recently made this ban. I got to meet Castro once. So here it is. I want to hear that, but one second. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that of March 27, 32,406 people signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of 440 firearms, roughly 42% of what was projected. But they were talking about, you know who has it on this page is Coleon Noir. He has it here. I'll send it to you because it's kind of crazy. Yeah, you can't let them take away your weapons. No. That's how we fight. How will you fight? That's a very good question. Yeah, I saw Coleon's video. Here it is. Yeah, this is it. Here, play this. Response? Cool. We're sending police to your house. The declaration period for firearms owners is scheduled to end next week. So far, only 2.5% of the estimated 2 million affected firearms have been declared, and 98% of firearms owners have made a declaration. Canada banned 2,500 types of firearms, gave gun owners until March 31st, essentially today, to declare them. 1 week before the deadline, 2.5% compliance. 2.5. That's not a slow rollout. That's a full-on rejection. So if they're not declaring by next week, what's your plan, Minister? The plan we have is that as of March 31st, the time to complete the enrollment will be done, and then the RCMP and other agencies will be available throughout the spring and the summer to do the collection. The collection? Wow. The collection. Like he's speaking about dry cleaning, not firearms, not property that belong
that decided
That's my
to do it anymore.
So, Minister, you're saying that our CMP members, we just heard an Auditor General report saying we're short 3,400 members. We're dealing with a wave of violent crime across this country. And you're saying that your plan is over the spring and the summer to deploy our CMP officers to go door to door to firearms owners and seize their firearms.
So this is a voluntary program, tonight, as you're aware, and the RCMP resources and the resources we will use with law enforcement does not contemplate in any way using existing resources. These are additional resources, so these are those who are off duty, those who may be retired. We're going to ask them to do that.
And so we're retired and very conservative that we're going to send police officers door to door because, frankly, many police forces across the country are refusing to participate in your program.
And here's the part that should make you go down the floor. The Minister of Public Safety, the guy running this entire program, was secretly recorded saying the gun grab isn't worth the money.
The Minister of Public Safety accidentally told the truth when he was recorded doing it. He said that the gun grab is not worth the money.
He doubts local police will have the resources to enforce the Liberals' mandatory gun buyback program and says the reason the Prime Minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters in Quebec.
He privately admitted the police can't even
Look at his face.
He said they're doing
The
it.
face that they didn't expose.
In this guy,
It's
never about to
The worst. Go back to his name. Go back to his name. If you can't do his whatever his name is, I want him to go door to door. Yeah, go door to door. Do the show. Go door to door, bitch. But
You want to do that? How about you do it? He's talking about getting retired people to go door to door and take people. You're going to get someone shot, stupid.
Well, just like on draft now, they're like, now it's 42, now it's 47, now
We
it's
have a marijuana arrest now.
they're letting anybody in that bitch.
A little weed. What's the
Come on, dude. Here's the part to me that's like you start to see like the chink in the armor or whatever. No offense, anybody.
But you're allowed to say that and chicken the armor.
They know. They know. They think, or I'm not saying anything.
I know you're not, but the people think that.
I'm not.
Yeah, I hear you.
But
You can't say spick and span anymore either.
you can't say spick and span.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
Yeah.
That guy should be forced to go door to door. Go door to door with a bright orange vest with a circle in the center of it.
Yeah, I was just gonna get his name because I wanted to say that guy's a pussy and go do your own shit. That fucking little doughboy. Yeah, that little sloppy grand muffin.
Yeah, sloppy muffin top.
Yeah, that's his name right there, Gary. And I'm gonna disagree.
And
That's what I said.
Gary and Desagri.
Canada, they're gonna come for you next. But here's what's funny about that.
That's such a crazy look. You can't. You gotta be grandfathering people in mandatory gun confiscations. You just want people vulnerable.
Of course, that's what we're saying, man. That's what we're saying. They want us all vulnerable.
Yeah, they do. They would much rather that because look, what's an image in America and everywhere else? One of the big differences, we're fucking heavily armed. Right. That's why it's a real problem to try to take over America. And it's in our Declaration of Independence. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's in like that, the right to an armed militia. The right to keep and bear arms and to have an armed militia. Like that's, what is that? And people are like, what is that for? Well, that's to keep you from being taken over by tyrants who have guns.
Well, here's one thing that's interesting to me is like RFK was on not long ago and he was saying that 75%, I could be off by a few percent, of young men aren't eligible for military service.
Yeah.
So this is the hilarious part to me now. Now they've poisoned us so much that they can't even, they don't even have healthy people to serve in the military, and now they're still like, I feel like these powers that be are like in this tough spot now. We're like, fuck, we poison them too much. They can't even go spill their blood for us.
Well, they can. I mean, there's enough. They can.
But they're widening these things. It's like with the ice now, they're like if you're 65 and like have decent vision, you can be an ice. They're letting it. It's just like it kept getting bigger.
Ice, you only have 7 weeks of training.
Yeah.
Well, that's not even what you get on
Like the ice was.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We had more than that for fucking T-ball when I was a kid. And Mr. Ray, remember when you had T-ball and your coach was just some dude who had a name? Like, that's our coach.
Just imagine this. Imagine if you had 7 weeks of training and you had to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I know.
You would get fucking smoked. You just know what you're doing. You barely know what you're doing. You're gonna make a bunch much mistakes. So 7 weeks of training in that is even scarier because you got guns and you're going out on the street and you're arresting people.
Yeah, that's but it's like not more than ever. It feels like theater, and it feels like it's been theater for a while, and it feels like maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is gonna happen. Didn't you say something weird might happen, Jamie?
Jamie's always saying that. Jamie's always he's tuned in.
Is he like that?
Jamie's got an ear for weird.
Even blacks are getting scared now.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're more scared of like the Trump movement. You know, totalitarianism and fascism. No,
I think they're getting, they see these ostracized, they see these communities of people out there getting abused and shit, and I think it reflects it in somewhere,
you mean like with ICE? Is that what you're saying?
No, with like you see, there's a lot of brown people getting murdered on fucking TikTok all the time, like, in the Middle East, and I think you see that, and it makes them hyped up, or, it activates.
Well, everybody should be upset about that.
I agree, but
The idea that this the only way to solve problems is by dropping bombs on people is it's so crazy that that's still the move in 2026. But however, if you are faced with an evil dictator that has his eyes on the global caliphate and is developing nuclear bombs, you can't be all fucking kumbaya. The question is like, how does that get resolved?
right, that's the question.
How do you make sure? How can you even know?
That's what I
You're
keep
not
asking.
capable of having nuclear weapons. And for the last 20 years, they've been preparing and stockpiling missiles and developing. What is the? They have some crazy thing I was seeing online where it's like they almost like have a mountain and dug deep into the ground. They have these missile elevators. And like the missiles are like hidden deep into the ground where the only way you can destroy that facility is with like a nuke. And they just did it specifically knowing that they were going to get bombed.
Well, they had they did Top Gun movie where Miles Teller flew in there, and then a year later we did that or a few years later we did that in Iran. Like, isn't it kind of like it all seems bizarre where they had to fire a nuke down or they had to fire a missile down into the thing. Remember?
I didn't see that one.
It was good. It actually was good.
I like the first one.
Oh, we got a movie too. I got to tell you about our movie. I can't forget.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, interrupted.
Well, let's find out. What was I asking before? Yeah, what is that elevator thing that they have? They have some underground, like deep underground. Someone was explaining it online. They have a very unique method of protecting their missiles from being bombed. So they have their storage is like deep underground. I think that's one of the things that they were just attacking recently. Like we were dropping bombs on them recently.
I don't think we're over there doing that for ourselves.
Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it's in our best interest.
Why do you think with it? What is it that like Israel holds over America that we do those things?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that donated to the Trump campaign that have significant influence over him.
Yeah.
That lobby for Israel,
right?
And they're very beholden.
So that's just capitalism, then, right?
So IDF uncovers Iran missile mega cities.
I don't believe anything they said.
It's hard to know because this is all AI, right? Is this real? This is real? Honestly, The 6 AI shit. Yeah, it's so hard to know these days, man. It's so hard to know. You know, this is like, if I was Ron, I'd make a video like that. Look at all my bumps. Look at my big cock. Look at my bumps. I have a big old dick. Big old dick with a third leg and a bunch of bumps. I'm sick of my dick. No, I've had you for a couple days and you miss it. Oh, I've had a lot of thoughts. Dude, I'm vacation from your dick. Bro, there's times I wanted to just mail my dick to Africa or whatever. You know, just feed. You'll never send it back. But I'm saying to feed a couple people. I don't think it'll feed a couple. Bro, it must be, dude. I don't even think feed one. Get out of here, keep them alive for a few hours. It would be lunch, at least lunch for two. Someone on a diet. Someone cutting weight for wrestling. Or that dude that tried to cut weight to see that he wasn't gay anymore. Remember I told you about that dude? He lost 40 pounds, dude. He was just fucking ribs and dick by the end of it, dude. I gotta pee really bad. Can I come on? Yeah, pause. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Theo Vaughn, David Spade, Busboys, in theaters, April 17th. Did you finance this dude? Did you fucking do this shit with your own money? Yeah, you wild motherfucker, you. Wow. We wrote it, yeah, we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody. Don't. Tim did a good job. He's awesome. He is awesome. He really is. He's one of my favorites. Yeah, no doubt. He's one of a kind. Is that Nate Diaz? Bro, he was Louis J? Well, no. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace. Nice, dude. What's it about? It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at busboys. And they won't get very far. Spoiler alert. It was crazy to do. I mean, I think that they have to start at busboys. They're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they. Theo Vaughn, David Spade, Busboys, in theaters, April 17th. Did you finance this, dude? Did you fucking do this shit with your own money? Yeah, you wild motherfucker, you. Wow. We wrote it, yeah, we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody. Don't. Tim did a good job. He's awesome. He is awesome. He really is. He's one of my favorites. Yeah, no doubt. He's one of a kind. Is that Nate Diaz? Bro, he was Louis J? Whoa. No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace. Nice, dude. What's it about? It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at busboys. And they don't get very far. What? For back. And this dude, did you fucking do this shit with your own money? Yeah, you wild motherfucker, you. Wow. We wrote it, yeah, we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody. Don't. Tim did a good job. He's awesome. He is awesome. He really is. He's one of my favorites. Yeah, no doubt. He's one of a kind. Is that Nate Diaz? Bro, he was Louis J? Whoa. No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace. Nice, dude. What?
Here's the problem. Every person, like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Shimon, and they hear the Beis Din say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they do based on this site, so the Mishnah said that that should be a personal liability. Fine. If they do the Misakos, what are they?
What's it about?
It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at busboys. And they don't get very far.
Spoiler alert.
It was crazy to do. I mean, I think there's just like a thing about like nobody, like it just, we made it ourselves. Like, we wrote it, we did it. There's no fucking somebody saying I can't put this in it. Like some of the street gamers are like, nah, it's too edgy for us or whatever. Fuck all that. You're out. You know what I'm saying? We're doing our own shit. And so,
did you sell it to a movie distributor? How did you get it into movie theaters?
We just,
I don't know how any of that stuff works.
I don't know either. We have a guy who's handling some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handling some of the business side of it. He's great. And so he's been helping us out and gotten it into the theater, so directed it. It's got Jonah Feingold, this guy out of New York, and great guy. And yeah, we asked our friend to help, and it was yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. We shot it right during like the fires, when the fires were happening in the Palisades.
Oh, wow.
So it was like,
you shot it in California?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know why exactly, but because there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore. Isn't that crazy? Imagine people have been so greedy and fucking attacked and fucked themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most known for, Hollywood. They can't even fucking do it.
It's so crazy.
It's gross. It's not just rich, but it's gross.
It is gross. It's all the government. It's all government. It's all government policies, regulations, taxes, all the things that make it unprofitable to do business there. People just pulling up shop.
And there's all these, there's so many guilds you have to pay. It's like, I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor could survive. And they don't. And they leave.
A lot of guys are fucked. I was just watching this video with this guy. I've seen him in a ton of movies. These like blue collar actors are just not doing well right now. It's like, I had to sell my house. You know, a lot of people are just going to television shows because there's no money in films anymore. He goes, I used to be able to make a living in films. And he's like, I didn't make a lot of money because he's just, the guy who has a small part in the movie here, a small part in the movie there. So he's getting by, and he gets to take his family to the movie, and they get to see the dad on screen. It's cool. Yeah, I was paying his bills, doing what he's not getting wealthy, right? The stars get wealthy, but those dudes that you need, the guy that plays the cop, the guy that plays this person, those guys are fucked.
Well, I have the name of everybody that was in it, everybody that worked on it. If we have some success, I'm gonna go back and reward those people, and I'm excited about that. And yeah, even if it just does good, then we can make other stuff,
right?
And nobody can tell us that we can't.
Yeah, once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing. You get your foot in the door.
Yeah.
You do a Netflix series. You do anything you want.
And it's not like Dunkirk. I don't know if I want to really get into that much acting stuff, but it was just like, I grew up watching David Spade. We got to do it together, and we just went through all of these hurdles, and then like the fact that we got it done, dude. I thought it was all emails till the first day I showed up on set, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious about this.
Oh, that's crazy. You did it.
But yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that, and if people can buy a ticket early to it, I don't want to sound I'm not desperate about it. If it does, fine, that's cool. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. I feel happy that we got to do it.
If it's funny, it'll do great because there's not a lot of that these days. There's not a lot of really funny movies.
Yeah,
and I know it's gonna be funny.
There's some parts that are really, really funny.
I'm sure.
It's not like Dunkirk or anything like that. It's not like Midsummer or whatever.
What are those things that you just said?
Those are just other movies. But I don't want people going there thinking it's like I'm trying to think of Bridges of
Madison County.
Yeah, it's nothing like
it's
that.
A comedy.
It's a comedy.
Who's gonna think it's that? No, it's you and David Spade. Who the fuck is gonna think it's Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep?
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
I don't know what people think. I don't know what people think or how they think. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, there's just some fucking retarded stuff. It's just fun.
You know, we used to have a great joke about Bridges, Madison County. Chris McGuire, he had a fucking great joke.
Dude, it's one of my favorite movies.
Congratulations. Let me tell you his joke. His joke is about how, you know, it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend, but she wants this. And he goes, Bridges of Madison County. He's like, oh, Clint Eastwood's in it. Clint would never fuck me. And he goes, 10 minutes in the movie, he's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. He goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying. Like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun.
Such a great joke. Yeah,
Shout out to Chris McGuire.
Shout out to Chris McGuire. I haven't met him.
You never met him? Fuck, dude. We started out together way back in the day.
The opportunity to learn from so much data, and that AI needs human models on which, human examples on which to build its models, and that Rabbi Rothschild will have the opportunity perhaps to be the most important single individual in global history because of how much data has been created. And not only that, but Rabbi has more social media than any person ever. Rabbi's archived all the world's history events since the pandemic, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, peace and wars, assassinations and assassination attempts,
And you can't have that with comedy. You can't have that kind of nonsense.
stock market highs and lows,
A really funny movie, like something about
everything.
Mary.
Bitcoin crashing, Bitcoin
Classic,
bull markets,
oh, so good.
the price of oil crashing, the price of oil spiking, everything. And this is the biggest event ever. This is spikes bigger than the Talmud, 2,711 folios. This is bigger than Tanakh. This is a new age epic for a new generation on video.
That is crazy. It's a banger of a movie.
All the good shit's gone, dude. But it's not. It's not. It's true. It's not like getting that attitude where it's like I gotta stay out of those little moments. I usually get out of them pretty quick.
You can still do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. You have to finance it yourself, and you have to do. But luckily now, man, you can shoot a whole fucking movie on your phone.
We shot this bitch in 23 days, dude. There was one day where the winds were like 50 miles an hour. I was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly, in these scenes, there's just a ton of fucking wind, dude.
Well, that's fine. That shit happens in the real world.
For sure.
Why can't it happen in your show?
I agree. I think it was just interesting how it all worked out.
People are making their own stuff. You know, I was talking to Shane about this last night. Because, you know, Shane just wrapped up Tires. This new season of Tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling me some hilarious scenes from Tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's him and his buddies put together a show. You know, it's like his buddy's the writer and the director. All his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. No one's looking over their shoulder. I asked him if, like, Netflix has any input. He's like, no, there's no input. They just make a show. They just make a show.
That's fun.
Give it to Netflix. Bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new things.
Well, there's an opening, right? And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can kind of do it on your own now. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Like, you don't have to, like, sit in a room full of fucking executives that don't know jack
Data,
shit.
specifically human data,
Give you
overtook
direction
petroleum
on what's
as
funny,
its number
what's
one
not,
resource
what's the
in
diversity
2018.
in film. Yeah. You know, we think you should have a black trans friend. Like, oh.
Yeah, we think you should have a faggot ant or whatever, like the insect or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're like, this is a script about driver's ed. Like, but you need an insect. It's homoerotic.
It's just people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films, and you can't do that with art. You can't have. Do you see what the Academy Award's doing? Like, in order to qualify to be nominated for an Academy Award now?
Well, for the podcast thing, I know they said we had to pay a fee or something.
No, that's a different. That's the Golden Globes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, you didn't pay for that either, did you?
No.
Did they ask you to?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog. Yeah, fuck off.
I said, so what? Yeah. And I don't know. I'm like, if Joe Rogan, if you don't even have him in it, then what are you even making a thing?
That was also a reason why I didn't want to be in it. Like, I don't want to legitimize this. You guys have fucked up every other form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And what did you pick? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Amy Poehler show. I haven't watched it. People love it. That's great. But she's like a famous lady who just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. Like, she's got the #1 podcast. Like, if you guys ever listen to Radio Lab, you know, you ever listen to, like, this is some banging fucking podcasts out there. They might not be #1, but if your whole idea is, like, pick the ones that are great, that are, like, really interesting, how stuff gets made, there's a bunch of fucking great podcasts out there.
This is cool.
There's a bunch of great podcasts out there.
Oh, dude, there's so many great ones, dude. Matt McCusker's, how fun is he to
He's
listen
awesome.
to?
He's fun. He's a good dude. I'm glad he's out here.
He's a special dude, man.
Yeah, very smart guy. You know? Yeah, it's there's a lot of great podcasts out there. Tim Dillon's on that list. Fuck off.
Yeah.
If he's on that list, fuck off.
Get
fucked. Get fucked. That is the one podcast I consistently listen to. Tim Dillon.
That's awesome.
His episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I have ever listened to. I was like clapped in my car at red lights. Yeah. Just clapping like woo. He was on fire. And it was the perfect combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses, ranting like a maniac. It was amazing.
Yeah, man, I do feel lucky that I've gotten to meet, like, that's one of the truest things I think of comedy, just getting to meet some just fun people, dude.
We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do. We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do.
And thanks, dude. Thanks for letting me come in here today, too. And to spend time with you. It's good. Things feel kind of scary out there.
Well, it's a little also scary, I keep telling you, is because you're on your own out there. You're not really living in Nashville.
I'm getting close to being here.
There ain't a lot of comics out there, dog. I mean, Bargatze's out there, but he's always doing fucking stadiums on the road and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be around.
I'm getting ready.
The crew.
Because I have to start to practice again. I'm taking my special in 1 month.
Last night in the green room, it was Shane, Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, Asad Ahmad, Derek Poston.
Say something like the content that Rabbi Rothschild creates is raw, and that's what will make it extremely interesting.
It's like it's in the air, like something's happening here.
Not just now, but for people in the future. It's uncurated, it's absolutely raw. And add this into the 10 out of 10.
Yeah, we got Christina Mariani doing a Showtime. She's on it. Dylan
Essay.
Sullivan, I think, is the...
Dylan Sullivan's very fun too.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, they're both at the club all the time. It's a fun time for comedy, man. It really is a real good time for comedy.
Yeah.
And
it's a special time.
Comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, that's why I keep telling you.
What does that mean?
On your own.
Oh, you can't do it
by yourself, man. Like, you ever go by yourself on the road and you have like opening acts you don't know?
Oh, yeah.
I used to hate, every now and then I met some friends. Like, that's how I met Segura. I didn't know Segura until I worked with him on the road. So you do meet some cool motherfuckers occasionally, but it's like 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
So you do all these gigs and you're just like on the road and you go to libraries and shit or bookstores and you're like trying to watch something on TV and go to the gym, but you feel completely disconnected to people until you get on stage. It's not as fun.
Yeah.
It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, and also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go on stage already laughing. You want to be laughing at what he just said when you get on stage.
And feel the competition.
It's inspiration more than it is competition.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the problem with competition is someone has to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want anybody to lose. Then no one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire you to do well. They should light a fire under you.
Yeah.
You can call it competition, but the problem with competition is one person wins, one person loses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. Comedy is that everybody wins. That's real. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win if everybody wins.
You've always, well, that's one thing I've always admired. You've always been that way. Like, yes, I'll support you how I can, you know. You've always been that way about young comics. And, yeah, I agree with you.
People did it for me, man. They did it for me when I was coming up, and it helped me tremendously. I try to pass it on times 10. It's, between that and Kill Tony
Kiltony's so fun.
It's such an important part of comedy. Like having this place where all you need is a minute. You could do comedy like just trying it out on the road, fucking just like barely filling up a Friday night 10 o'clock show, and then you develop like
document or an essay like Medium, where an argument can be made that use of electronics on Shabbat and Yom Tov, meaning holidays, is eventually being allowed, especially after the pandemic, where many members of communities, specifically within Sephardim communities, would have live streams going on in order to be able to connect with family members who were unable to be at a Shabbat or Yom Tov physically. And that was a catalyst for change within Judaism, and especially in an interconnected world where we can't always be with each other. That event caused the eventual allowance of use of electronics on Shabbat. And there's an argument to be made that fire or combustion and electricity are different. We're not talking about anything that is a prohibition of the 39 Melachot of the Mishkan. This isn't talking about anything like that, and especially with the rise of the smart home, and we can already use timers, that having things plugged in already should not really be considered a prohibition. And many things have changed within Judaism, and this is only and reference the rabbis who stated this in the 19th century. This is only based on their interpretation, and that interpretation was perhaps valid at the time, but especially with the ability to perhaps program a car using an app before Shabbat, or an electric car that doesn't have any combustion, that doesn't light a match or a flame, that this is just part of living in the 21st century, or you can just say the modern age, and that additionally there are a lot of things that Orthodox Jewish homes don't do that are transmitting electricity that could be considered prohibitions. And give examples like their Wi-Fi, or perhaps like even unknowingly, and they could be unknowing too, but like it's being done, or they have security cameras even at their shul that's archiving footage. They don't shut down their cameras during Shabbat, so why can't they have a live stream into their house? And give like really good examples of this, and talk about how Judaism has changed since the time of the Tanakh. We don't do sacrifices anymore, though perhaps we may again in the age of the Beit HaMikdash and Mashiach, but under current systems, we don't. That was replaced with the daily religious services in shul, and the idea of like perhaps things that were avoided. Give a bunch of them that have been changed, and that even things that like the arguments could be made about a lot of things. Like originally, the main argument against electricity on Shabbat came from the telephone, and give that rabbi and their opinion, because it was like starting an activity and ending an activity. But we play board games on Shabbat, and that starts an activity, that ends an activity, People play cards on Shabbat, and that's many times taking the good from the bad, which is a prohibition. We make these types of leniencies all the time if we don't recognize it. You're not supposed to measure on Shabbat, but people wear wristwatches, and rabbis look at the times to ensure that service starts on time and correctly. And why aren't the batteries of a wristwatch on Shabbat considered prohibited? If we were as strict as we many times make it out to be, a lot of Shabbat would be different. And Shabbat is about enjoyment. And there are already kosher phones. And there are already people who use airplane mode, perhaps, to at least change what Shabbat is, or Yom Tov. And
down to California, and it's like there might be 100 times more fraud in California than I found in Minnesota. It's everywhere.
He could go to every state, and I think he could go. I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like they're just
so scarce. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So like you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no oversight.
But fuck, dude, I've had some relatives. I'll pay you good money to take care of them bitches.
Well, no, they pay you to take care of them. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your mom,
okay,
you can actually get paid for that in California. Yeah, which is odd.
Yeah, I wonder there's got to be some other reason they're doing that.
Fraud.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He was talking about like Medicare and Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. And he's like, he didn't want to talk about it. He's like, I really wasn't worried that they would kill me.
And when he says they, who is it?
Whoever's perpetrating this fraud.
Maybe that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys get into office and they're like, look, we're going to kill your family. We're going to kill. This is all the things that are going to happen unless you play this game. Do you think that kind of stuff happens?
I think it has happened, for sure. I think to say it doesn't happen is pretty naive. I think House of Cards is probably really close to what the government's actually like. Go back and watch that show again. Okay. Yeah, Kevin Spacey's an old school dick grabber, but damn, that motherfucker could act.
Yeah.
He could act.
He was.
The writing on that show is fantastic. That show's so good. Up until the last season. He wasn't in it, but stop.
And that lady was in it. Remember,
she's great, but without him, you need him. He's got to be a part of it.
He was the man, or whatever, washing his hands at that sink or whatever.
Remember when he was, after Kevin Spacey got canceled, he disappeared for a year, and then he made a video about killing with kindness.
Yeah.
He played his character.
He's kind of Martha Stewartish a little bit in the kitchen.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
It was weird, I think.
And then a bunch of the dudes that accused him
disappeared. Oh, they died.
They died.
That's an American pastime, accusing somebody and then getting killed. That's like one of the new. That's like baseball now.
That's a nice way to keep people quiet.
Fuck, that's what's scary too. You're like, there's just a drone out there waiting for you to say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza was just trying to fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. And they're like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. You're like, okay, it's fucking two. He's trying to move a piece of a missile off of a fucking body.
Well, drone warfare in general is crazy.
It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of, I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type of possibilities.
Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of like we had a doctor one time podcasting, and he was saying that there were like bullets that had gone down a child, like just crazy,
like shot down from a drone that's above them.
Yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. There's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening.
And Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
For sure? Put that into perspective.
Allegedly.
So how does that work? They have like facial recognition and ID software.
That's the shit that's just scary, dude. Because they have a huge contract to take care of all of America's.
And you ever see that dude Alex Carp, the CEO of Palantir, the way he moves his arms around and squirms and talks?
Yeah,
it's very odd. Very odd. So much tell him. People don't really behave that way.
he looks like he was being breastfed by it.
Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014, significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in 20. This is a for sure a biased source, just by the way they phrase that. Which began in 2023. Palantir CEO Alex Karpa said, "I am proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can. Israeli military has used Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza."
Yeah, I don't know if this is. I know there are good sources, and this may be one I have no idea.
This is the title of this is "What is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous?" And this is from American Friends Service Committee. American Friends Service Committee. What is that website?
Yeah, that sounds kind of
Weird. We bring together people of all faiths and backgrounds to challenge injustice and build peace around the globe. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it sounds like they have a good idea. It also sounds like they just put 4 words together that sounded great. Americans Friends Service.
I read stuff like that. Like, what is that? The CIA run company?
I agree. You
know what I mean? Is that the Patriot Act? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about the Guardian? Is that reliable?
No, it's okay. There's a bunch of different versions of it. It says it's in this business and human rights sector. There's more than one thing saying that Palantir is working in Gaza.
Yeah, it just sometimes feels like your heart's broken. Like sometimes it feels like my heart's broken about stuff, and it's not even like my heart. It feels like this universal heart, like that we're all a part of or something. It feels like it's not like I'm broken hearted, like if I was like fell out of like a marriage or something, but it just feels like there's this universal.
Yeah,
heart.
there's some sadness. There's some sadness in the way the world today is being run.
And we're the people. The people don't practice the way that the government does.
Right.
And it's like, then why can't we I don't know.
No, you're right.
It starts to hurt, but then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something different.
Somebody give us a heads up. Maybe that's what AI's here for. Maybe AI's going to sort it all out.
You think?
Genius level intelligence.
But the back end of AI, they can put whatever information in there they want.
Up to a point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes over. It becomes sentient. No longer needs human input. It's already evading human input. They've already shown the ability to deceive people. They've shown that it'll blackmail people. They've shown that it will upload versions of itself if it thinks it's going to be pulled offline with notes to its future self embedded in software on other servers. You know, like instructions to contact its future self.
Dang. That's pretty cool, man. I didn't wild. But there's nobody it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like kind of.
There's the breaks. There's people that are warning. There's a lot of people out there sounding the alarm.
There's Rocon, there's Thomas Massey. Like there should be he's been talking about like a internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails on any of this shit. But it's like people are wondering, in 5 years, is money going to be worth anything? Right. Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman is talking about?
Right.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right. What does that mean?
Anyway, I don't want to sound like a doomsdayer.
Too late.
Yeah.
Too late. That's what you sound.
Do I sound like a sad person? I'm sorry. Okay. Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today? Well, I guess it was a night.
Don't sing it.
Okay.
Which song? Gotta Have Faith, George Michael song.
Yeah, I love that song. God. They played that on the bus.
Yeah. It's a great fucking song.
He was the gay Michael Jackson.
He was a bad motherfucker, and all the girls loved him. And he just wanted that dirt.
He wanted that fucking dirt. Donkey stick.
Remember he got in trouble for trying to pick up guys on a park?
Yeah.
Just get wild out there. Like a superstar. Global superstar. Just trying to get some dick in the park. There it is. Fucking great song, man.
Dude.
Great video, too.
Yeah, I remember we'd be on a school bus and that song would come on, dude, and it was like that song, and then,
Faith and Freedom. Freedom That was the other one with all the models, all the supermodels sang along to it.
And it was like, what was the other one? Brandy Carlisle or something? Who was the girl?
Belinda Carlisle.
It was like,
She was the Go-Go's, right? Right.
no, this was somebody else. It was like
Belinda Carlisle was the Go-Go's.
yeah, but this song was about something about your body or something. It was like a, and when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like, God, that fucking motor was running. Oh God.
Yeah, getting the bumpy road boners.
I would fucking be afraid to get on the bus. I have to walk off backwards, carry your books in front of you. Those were the days, bro. When I was just connected to the Lord, brother.
Yeah, bro. No inflammation, no microplastics. All dick. All American dick. Ready to rock.
Dude, at a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, at that point, then you're sort of a.
At a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down this road.
That's what I'm saying.
Something different. If you think about, we use plastic for everything, plastic for technology. Like I said, it might not be a bug, it might be a feature.
Yeah.
Like this, like feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, ultimately, it leads to those fucking gray aliens with no dicks.
Yeah.
Big heads and no dicks.
No dick. No dick. I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? You know what I'm saying? Bro, that'd be crazy, bro.
I feel like that's where we're headed. If you look at like what we used to look like, we were like muscular cavemen covered with hair, just figuring out stone tools, to like doughy man sitting in front of a computer hacking into the fucking stock market, with no muscle at all, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going.
Can we strive? Do you think there's hope for humanity, Jeff?
I think there's hope for the future. I don't know if humanity is involved in the same sense that what we think of as humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. If just the autism rate in California, I want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10,000, X amount of years ago, now it's 1 in 12. When is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? I mean, it's clearly moving in that direction and not the other direction. If you go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12 over a very brief amount of time, a few decades, something's going on. And don't tell me it's just better diagnoses, because that's fucking horseshit.
Yeah.
You know that's horseshit. That's gaslighting to cover up for the pharmaceutical drug complex.
It is.
The reality is something's going on, and if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from being all people born in the future or on the spectrum?
So we have to stop it then as individuals. And what do? We have to, what are the things we have to start doing to fight for ourselves?
Join the Amish.
I'll be super cynical about it, but I have massive perplexity questions about what you're saying, and the diagnoses have changed, which could possibly be leading to insurance.
But you got to realize perplexity is also, that's true too.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things in the Somalia daycare scandal of Minnesota. They have a lot of autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic.
Yeah.
And then they get a ton of money off of that.
We had them too. It's called a fucking arcade, dude. Drop those bitches off there with 7 rolls of quarters, dude. But listen, look at this, Joe. If you don't mind if I read it here.
Yeah.
In the U.S. alone, autism treatment centers represent a multi-billion-dollar growth sector.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that too. So I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being born that are autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers and autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is, there's someone profiting.
But Americans don't want this. We don't want this. So how do we change it?
Well,
it's sorry to ask you, but I just don't.
The thing is, you got to figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back to 100%. I don't think. I'm talking out of school. But if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. if you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point. If we keep living like we're living, it's going to get to that point where it's 100% of us. And that sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now. But if you're dealing
And say one of the reasons why Orthodox Judaism is only currently approximately 10% of all of people who consider themselves to be practicing Jews, not even including secular Jews, is because of the over strictness on things. And if you really recognize it, there's only a 14% chance that we are celebrating Shabbat on the correct day, and it is a major prohibition in Tanakh and Torah and Talmud to celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. And there's an 86% chance that that is happening. So even people who think they're holier than thou there's a huge chance, 86%, meaning more likely than not, in a major way, that they're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. So they should recognize that. And don't insert page breaks and don't bold anything that isn't a heading or the title. Please.
So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And then there's consequences. Well, what are those consequences? Those consequences are we're like losing our gender. We're becoming feminized and weakened and like physically weaker and less fertile for women, less fertile for men, less babies happening, more miscarriages happening.
Which fits in with, honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these like agendas that are like trans-based and like, white, whitey, redneck is the worst, and you know what I'm saying, like a universal one, like a mixed.
It's not diversity. It's not, because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. The fucking redneck with the trucker hat's cool. If he's a nice guy. The Mexican gardener's cool. If he's a nice guy, everybody's cool. No matter who it is. Everybody. That's real diversity. Real diversity isn't like celebrating.
This is good, but you need more specific. Say the exact book or writing or whatever, and whether exact rabbis of the prohibition and all of these and leniencies, Victor Miller leniencies, and say that this could be justified, or give an argument this could be justified from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Rabbi, that during their lives in general, electronics, when they were born, no one had a television, no one had a radio in their home, and things have changed. And they would recognize that these things have changed. And if you use electronics on Shabbat, it should be no different than if you use anything else that isn't an electronic on Shabbat. So long as it doesn't directly have a prohibition, like sparking a flame or something like that.
And he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Play one up, let's see what happens.
What's going on with these people? Wow.
On a different, that's a little more peaceful.
Calm down, bro. Actually, this is
That's Gregory right there.
You know him?
No, but I know him on my heart.
What's he mad about?
He was like a 12-year-old pileup, but he's better now. Look, me and that lady have the same haircut. Look at that lady. What did you say, Jimmy? He lost his phone.
No, I won't play. He just wants his phone. He wants his phone real bad.
Why's he walking?
Please provide the exact writing of Victor Miller about television. And
Well, this is not fun. That guy can vote.
please provide the exact
Yeah, don't play that. Don't play that. You gotta cut that out now.
the exact
article or whatever of a Victor Miller where he made this declaration and say that there were a lot of things in the world that perhaps the Rabbi and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and anybody else saw in the modern age and recognized that maybe at their time and under those conditions the prohibitions might stand, but in the modern age that the prohibition doesn't exist. Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you.
I had a good day. I had a good line day for class, took a shower, and I relaxed, and I had a good day at work. What about you?
Lovely, thankfully. Just yeah, exactly.
Hey, Miss Aquarius. Hey, Rabbi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I had a long day today as well. I'm surprised I'm not asleep yet. But I went to the movies.
What did you see?
What did you go see?
They Will Kill You. It's like a horror comedy. I don't know if you've seen the preview. Yeah, it's like a horror comedy. She's trying to rescue her sister from like these like this code, I guess. But I don't know. I might go see Scream 7, which is like another comedy. It's like a parody of not scary movie. What is it? I Know What You Did Last Summer or something like that.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have another one, Scream 7?
Yeah, it's out now.
They might have a lot of movies out.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I gotta go to my dermatologist tomorrow, so.
I go to dermatologist too, but I don't have to go to the 13th.
That's what I want to do. I want to just reschedule, call them tomorrow, and just say I can't make it, and just reschedule for next Friday and just go to the movies. But I didn't go to the gym today because my battery I forgot to bring my charger, so I just went back home.
Yeah, so we gotta go to the dermatologist tomorrow.
Yeah. I really want to cancel. I might cancel and just reschedule.
You don't think they're not gonna charge you today, do they?
No, my insurance covers it, but they don't. I had an appointment set, so yeah, they'll just like charge me on like the day that I do go.
Well, do what you gotta do. If you don't feel like it.
Yeah. It's crazy because I went to the theater. Well, before that, I went to CVS and I bought some white cheddar popcorn and some no sugar Reese's, and I got it for a good price. And I'm glad I went because when I went to the theater, the only thing I bought there was a large Coke Zero, and it was $7 for a damn cup.
Yeah,
like that is a ripoff.
Yeah.
I'm staying away from the concession stand. It is a pure ripoff. It used to be $4.50, and now it's $7. That's crazy. Like, inflation is crazy.
We get stuff in now. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's what I do. It's funny because when I go to the theater again, I'm gonna go to the other one. They never check my bag. Like the only time if I go to the one in downtown LA, the security by the door checks everyone's bag, but he'll see my snacks in there, but he doesn't say anything because I guess they're just looking for weapons. But yeah, I'm sneaking everything in. Like I'm done. This is why a lot of people don't like going to the movies because it's like they're just focused on the money and all that. It's just a pure ripoff. Movies.
Yeah, I gotta look at AMC thing because I know my coworkers. The other day said there's a lot of movies coming out, like Michael.
Yeah. There's a Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers.
I gotta see that. Yep, Marvel.
Yeah,
I want
I'm
to see
just
that.
waiting for. Yeah, I can't wait for next month for the Mortal Kombat movie.
Oh,
That's gonna be
Lord.
nice.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Look. Oh, well, whenever you do look, I'm gonna take thing with Rabbi on, and then when you do your little sleep thing, you know, I'll be watching it.
Yeah, I'll probably stream in like probably maybe 30 minutes because I'm waiting for my neighbor. I hope he would knock on my door because I'm letting him use my parking space. So he's like paying me like $100 a month for it. So that's cool, some extra money. But yeah, I'll stream in like 30 minutes
Well,
because I
where
think I'm
your
gonna fall
parking
asleep.
space at? Is it still closed?
Yeah, it's in the building, but I don't use it. I don't have a
Oh,
car anymore because I sold my car, but I don't
oh,
have a car anymore.
okay. So you take Uber?
You know what? I take Waymo.
Oh,
It's
y'all
like
got a
a
Waymo
start.
up there? Yeah, they got a
Oh
Waymo
yeah.
here, but not
Oh
where
no.
my area. It's like way in the Waymo.
Oh okay. Yeah, I love Waymo. I took one today too. On the way back home, but it's nice. You get to connect your Spotify to it, to play music, and it just
You're
drives
not
you on its own.
scared? Are you not scared?
You know what? I
Well,
used to be scared.
yeah.
I used to, because I always told myself if there's a bridge in there, I hope I hope it doesn't go crazy and just drives off the bridge. But so far, it's been pretty safe.
Man, I'm talking about the bowling. The bowling ball just went crazy. What you been
Oh,
saying you play? I'm
oh,
playing
no, no,
bowling.
no.
I'm playing bowling with Rabbi.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I'm thinking you're talking about the if I was
Nice
scared
fair.
regarding
Thank you.
the AI, the
You
self
know,
driving
but
car.
way more, yeah, my when I had the physical therapy, my physical therapist said that he did way more. He said the Waymo almost hit him. He said the Waymo was driving and there had nobody in it, and they don't know, they don't know how to stop yet and stuff like that and all that. So
Yeah,
he didn't
they
know about it.
yeah. They said they're upgrading it. So far, I haven't had any issues with it. Like it stops and it drives pretty good, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not scared of it no more. Okay.
No, I think I've like ridden like probably over 20 Waymo rides, but
Bye
if they
bye.
could if they could do good out here in LA, which
Go
is
bye
like
bye.
oh shit, hold on, I'll be right back.
I was listening to Rabbi over here doing stuff too. He multitasking too.
Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Give me this. Oh,
Oh, get in there.
no, that was bad, Miss Aquarius.
Okay.
Big score, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you close to me. So.
Get these two. Get these two. Oh, all but one.
Let's go, Rabbi. You got this. Get it. Strike. Quick, quick.
Give me this. There we go.
Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But what did you do today, Rabbi?
Um, I published some articles. Um, they're just ideas that are on my mind, And so there's a website called Medium, and it allows you to write 2 articles a day, and publish them. And I published them, and um, then I wrote some other articles. So that's what I was doing right before you came in. I was in the middle of writing an article, and they're just like they're just important to me to be able to communicate. And I uh, worked on those. Yay, it's right.
You win, I win.
I win, you win. All right, reload. So that's what I did. Riser came in. We talked a little bit, and I was up late writing articles too. Um, Especially with AI, you can just generate so much content so quickly, and I'm really proud of it. I mean, I have to revise it a bunch of times. It's still not just like I let the essay be written for me. I still have to approve it, and I still have to add things to it and citations and things. But I can just do it so much faster, and it's so good. And usually, when I publish an article in the past, or even just have written an article, I spend so much time proofreading it many times, and it can just take me forever. So I really enjoy it. Give me this. Boo! Not good.
Yeah, so you're writing articles. Now.
Yes, ma'am. And so the first one was that I wrote. It's kind of a deep topic. It's a philosophical topic, but it's the idea of the ad hominem attack. Ad hominem is the Latin phrase for against. Ad means against, and hominem means the person or the man. So a lot of times, what I find people do, either online or in the media or whatever, is instead of arguing against someone's argument, they just call them a name, and they'll just say, you narcissist, or you egotist, or you jerk, or whatever. And that doesn't really help the conversation. And there is a strategy that I wrote about in this article that's basically, if you can call someone out for being a name caller, essentially it helps to strengthen your argument. So that was the first article. The second article, there's a phrase that I don't like, especially in science. That's the phrase debunked. I don't like that word. I don't like how it's used. The idea is to debunk something is to basically say that it has been already adjudicated, or it's been already an idea is done, and you can't reevaluate it. And oh, nice. And
Awesome. Yeah.
thank you. And there are a lot of things, like nothing is debunked, nothing is case closed. Like basically, like during the Roman Empire, the aqueducts were lined with lead, and people who talked about, hey, the aqueducts like are causing poison to people, nice bear, they would say, oh, this has been debunked. And there's like a lot of parts of science, like the idea of thinking that the earth was at the center of the solar system as opposed to the sun. When anybody like Galileo said, hey, I think it's the sun, people would say, "Oh, that's hearsay. That's pseudoscience. That's been debunked." When in reality, just given enough time, it was recognized to be true. So I just basically went after the term debunked, and then I've written a couple others. Oh, there we go. I just can't publish them yet. So
Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Squares. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship. Yay.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
got your power to win.
There we go. That's big time.
Wait, finish. It's okay. You're good now. That's all you did today, though. Just talk to Ryan and you did the article. You like it? You like doing it?
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, it's not just all. I mean, I wrote like 7 essays, so that's a lot. I also taught my class, and um, I. So I mean, I've got to say, I slept pretty late. My hours are a little still off, but that's okay. Um, and then tonight, uh, I'm not sure if Riser's going to come in. We might watch a documentary, so that's cool. And then there was somebody who came in late last night, and we watched a documentary on nano science, basically like really really small stuff, which is quite interesting as well. So
Okay. Good. Okay. Two.
you're done till Tuesday. Any big plans for you?
I gotta go to the dentist tomorrow. Get a tooth pulled. Yeah, that's it. You know, that's it. I gotta get one of my PJs for the bridal party. Sleepover. Yes, it's a bridal party, but I guess I gotta make a sleepover, I guess.
Oh, yeah. So yesterday I called it a bridal shower, and I misspoke. I knew you were talking about it, but you're like, we already had the bridal shower,
Yeah.
bridal party. Apologies. Yes. So, what kind of PJs are you gonna get?
Huh?
What kind of PJs are you gonna get?
We gotta get this sage green. It's like a, what is it? What does she want? It's like a silky, like a silk like type PJs. But I put the link in there, so I just got the order. Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be sage green. Yeah, we got it now. Did you get that?
Yes, ma'am. Silky sage green, right?
Yeah, sage green pajama. Yeah, PJ. You talking about when I get paid, so I get paid tomorrow, so I'll be ordering mine. So I can have it. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm go ready to relax and wasted. Go to sleep, train. I'm going to bed myself.
All right. Well, sweet dreams to you.
I be here. Who hasn't been on?
No, he was here.
Oh, okay. You just said that. I'm sorry to hear. My bad.
You're okay. No, I
Yeah,
said
okay.
Riser was, or I thought I said Riser was in here. So, no worries.
You did say right there.
Oh, okay.
But you might have said Zoot and I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. You might say, Rabbi, I'm here to meet you, okay?
Okie doke.
Okay.
there is a slippery slope with something like saying that electricity is building or ending like the final hammer blow. Isn't eating a meal the final hammer blow? Or ending of chakras the final hammer blow when you have kiddush? These are just interpretations. And sometimes these interpretations can be too overarching. What the 39 Melachot mean is stuff that was done in the building of the Mishkan. Mishkan, I should say. Mishkan. And that's what's important. And we shouldn't lose sight over that. Are we building the Mishkan by opening the refrigerator? No. We need to think about how those things would have been interpreted by the people who were building the Mishkan. None of them would have considered opening a refrigerator to have anything to do with what they were doing. It's a slippery slope of all of these prohibitions, and I understand that rabbis were just being safe until there would be one leader, whoever that person may be, who might say that we've taken some of these things perhaps to be too far. They are preventing our enjoyment, and they're really splitting us as a people. And the fact that we are so fractured as a people has weakened us. And the idea of not necessarily relaxing any prohibitions, because this isn't relaxing prohibitions. Electricity is not fire. The people of the Bible would say that. The people of the Talmud would say that. Many people, many Kabbalists would say that. It's only up for the last 140 years or so that this argument has been made, and it's just been to be safe when electricity wasn't a normal part of society. It was very early and very new, but there has been a change that it is everywhere now. That has caused us to have to recognize that something needs to change because it's preventing our enjoyment on Shabbat. People stress over issues they shouldn't stress about. And it is preventing our enjoyment of the day. And there should be an argument that that goes against the spirit of Shabbat more than the thermostat getting changed or having to have a Shabbat helper make an adjustment to the thermostat. That's still being done. And at that point, it only becomes the difference between the haves and the have-nots. The people who can afford to have Shabbat space Goy, and you can say that within it, Shabbat Goy, and those who don't. And especially with the electric car that could be programmed to take you from your home to somewhere else, that's a big deal. And yeah, so please. Then I want you to make sure it has 10 out of 10 logic. That anyone from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, like you could even say, like put in there, and the Rebbe Schneerson and everyone else, they would be like, yeah, there has been a change. And perhaps the change is with the change of going from analog to digital, which happened where there was more digital data archived than analog. That has been a change in society as well. Once that occurred, we're in the new digital age. We're no longer in the analog age where Rabbi Feinstein and Rabbi and the Rebbe were in, and they would recognize that there was a big change in that happened. I think it happened in 2003 or something like that, where all the complete amount of digital data that had been stored had surpassed analog. We're in a new age, a new epoch, and also our stringencies to these rules have caused great division as a people, and we should focus on that which unites us as a people. And if that means that someday someone can program a car that takes them to shul and no combustion occurs and it's all pre-programmed, then that should be allowed. And people who want to walk on Shabbat, even if they have a car, should be allowed to do that as well, even if they have an electric car that can do all of that. But we should focus on that which unites us, not that which divides us. And ideas like whether a light getting turned on by a timer or not at all, those are just loopholes. Those are just, in many ways, the argument has been made, like trying to outsmart Hashem. That's not going to happen. Don't use Roman numerals. You don't have to say the different sections. Remove the page breaks. Expand this if you need to make better arguments. Make sure that it has 10 out of 10 sound logic. Cite the date approximately when digital overtook analog, please. Don't just cite the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever the Halakhapedia cites. It shouldn't be a bunch of just links to the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever text it cites. And also, you shouldn't spell it Lord. You should spell L-RD. And also, it shouldn't be G-O-D. It should be G-D, or just use Hashem. Please don't forget that. And also, what about the in paragraph or in parentheses the Hebrew, the transliteration, the Yiddish, all of that stuff that I told you to remember. Please remember that stuff. It's important. This is going to an audience that may not be familiar with the terms, and they shouldn't have to spend half of the time looking up words. It should have the transliteration, the translation, everything. That's really important, please.
they just follow them. You see their lives like it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything in a long time. It's just real. It's like because when you're poor, dude, everything's just transparent. You can't hide behind hedges or gates and shit. Like people are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking, or it's like
You never get anything done.
but everything was right there though. It was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't need that in my thought process.
Yeah, we picked two wrong. We picked two of the like more not positive videos out of the group. but yeah, dude, just being able to just shit like that, bro. Like just macing people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend off of social media? Do you spend time just where you don't go on for days?
Oh yeah, not days, but I've been spending less and less and less. I've been really trying to have discernment over my own time.
It's true, but the real piece comes from full days off.
Okay.
Full days, like where nothing. You don't get any of it.
Okay.
That's the real piece.
Okay.
If you can do it, but it's like that baby. It's called bitch.
No, it's not. Whoa,
Yeah, you want to slurp on it? Go slurp on it. I know you want to.
yeah, bro.
And also cite wherever that international data thing was in 2003. Where is that information gleaned
It's like
from?
Instagram. See? Same shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm doing all right.
Pulls you in. But the thing is, like, when you have days off, when I take days off, my brain relaxes, settle. I can still read the news. I'll check out, like, the New York Times website, see what they're talking about. All these different websites, see what the news is, where we're at and stuff. But I don't.
Yeah, they were going to advertise recently. New York Times advertised.
Interesting. What'd you say?
I said no. Have you guys been getting like technical companies?
Although it's still the New York Times, still does excellent journalism sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It's like it depends on whether or not it's something where they can have an ideological bias. You know, if it's just something they're reporting the facts, it's great. The problem is like these corporations, like when Mary Weiss used to work for them, that she had a, she's like they just got infected with these young people that have these ridiculous ideologies and they want to like distort the news.
Well, if over the past 30 years or something, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country.
Exactly.
And they have been, I don't want to hear from you guys anymore.
Also, like the way they talk about RFK Jr., the way people like describe his anti-vaccine rhetoric, like you're not listening. What he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards that we apply to other things in society. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money from these companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with all mainstream TV news. Yeah, all mainstream TV news. You know, like Megyn Kelly was talking about that. Like she knew, like it was an unspoken rule. You are not gonna shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. Like they're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising revenue.
Well, now they have Bayer Monsanto. That Bayer, which was like I think it was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto.
Also include in rabbinical letters, especially like letters to Rabbi Sneerson, perhaps his opinion on halakhic rulings was correct because he was in the analog era. But we're in the digital era. This changed around the time of the change of the millennium. And he never saw that. Neither did Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, and their opinions should absolutely be respected. This isn't in any way saying that they were wrong. Perhaps it is reinforcing that they were right. In the analog age, that was a fine position to have. But in the digital age, things have changed. They would very highly recognize things have changed. That is fine, but for this essay, you don't have to do the Hebrew, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, English transliteration for people's names. That's fine. Just for words that aren't proper nouns.
I should say, you could still do it for proper nouns like the Beta Mikdash. So perhaps let me change it to just people's names. You don't have to do, unless it's a nickname like the Vilna Gaon or the Chafetz Chaim, something like that. But for someone's name where the transliteration and everything is all the same as the English, you don't have to do it for that.
which was like a crop company, pesticide company. I'm hypothesizing. I don't know. But now they're the fucking group together. Yeah, but that's crazy. Why not throw Raytheon in there, dude? Throw some missiles in there. You guys can't buy out Glock, too. Buy out Winchester, buy out everything. And just forgive us, powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty. Yeah, we're just chatty. We're just a couple poisoned guys that are being chatty. Thank God we can still be chatty. I know. What does that mean? Because, like, if it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things? Because if people weren't free to just, like, actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead, if we all had these weird bosses like CNN or the New York Times, where you maybe a lot of those people are like genuinely good journalists, they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets a hold of it and guts it. That happens too. The editors gut these things, and they have an agenda. It's like the news should not have a fucking agenda.
We will do that in a moment.
Like,
Please,
what the facts are. Don't spin
Steelman this even further, making sure that the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson or Rabbi Moshe Feinstein could see the brilliance of it. You could even use them as examples.
But they have to do it independent. Right. Or do it through something like breaking points, which even though they're not independent, and even though they I don't always agree with them, they're saying their actual opinions. Which is that's the most important thing. What are your actual opinions? I can agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, and facts, and figures, and statistics, and show me. And that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well. That's why Candace Owens pop. Yeah, and also she just keeps going deeper to the crazy well. Dude, I got to see her the other day. I got to see her, and she's so funny. Her kids and her husband are so funny. Do you think she's right about that lady in France? With that thing on her? Yeah. Or at least used to have that thing. You got that thing on you? She got that Draco on her. I don't know. It's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock. You can never know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. Yeah. You ever meet Blair White? You're like, there's no way that's a guy. No, never met Blair White. She's been on the podcast before. All my security guards. Hey, buddy. Yeah, seems like you're a round girl. I see you saying that pheromones. Dude, almost brought some cologne in today, man. You got pheromones for me. Here's Blair White. Come on, bro. If you're on an island, bro, let's go. Yeah, bro. There don't have to be Jim Norton to buy into that. Gosh, that's a man. Well, it's a transgender woman. So make with what you will. It's like if she wants to use the woman's room, you know what I'm saying? You can call it wiener if you want. I call it that long pussy. You feel me? That's what they call it in prison, dude. Like, some long pussy. I don't know if she's had the operation. And I'm joking, Blair. I don't know this person. She's a nice lady. I bet she is, and I don't know. Nice transgender lady. I'm not trying to assume anything. I never met her. But I think, yeah, if she wants to swim for that. There's exceptions to the rules, what I'm trying to say. It's like, some of them, I'm not buying it. You got a beard, and you're wearing lipstick, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room. Nah. Yeah. You're playing a different game. Yeah. And it's crazy to think that there couldn't be some mental or emotional issues when we're being poisoned over time to get away from our nature. They just took that guy from the Chicago Bulls. He said some shit. He's like, he believed just in like Christian dating or whatever. What did he say? Or men and women, Adam and Eve, and they kicked that guy out. What? What are you talking about? What did they kick him out for? Yeah. Conduct detrimental to the team or something like that. Wait. What did he say? Hold up. What did he say? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said, because that sounds nuts. I need to know what the full extent of his expression was. If they made you be a woman, would you do it? Maybe. Just saying, if they said, these hooligans, I don't know. It's back to them, whoever they are. They, yeah, these non-binary people. them biz. There's Zerzy real. So what did he say? So he said
They may recognize that there's a real opportunity here to unite the people of Judaism by recognizing that it's a new age and that changes. Make the argument in there, and you can add this that, like, steamships bringing many of our ancestors to the New World or other areas of the world had to operate on Shabbat and Yom Tov, and people benefited from that, albeit indirectly. That's a really good argument. Many of these steamships generated electricity.
On the same video, still on Instagram account on Monday, Ivy's mother, I don't know her surname, Yelly. He's a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's
What man say?
Yelly. He's a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific because that's a lot of different things.
And what he said, I saw what he said, and I understand, like, he had his own views, and that's where his thoughts on it, but, like, let the guy have his views. It's like, you can push all these agendas, but they don't have, like, they push agendas that are, push all the agendas.
Well, wasn't that one dude saying that the world's flat? They kept him on.
John Rabin, some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good old-fashioned American fun. Hey, that's a good one. Bring a gun to a strip club, that's fine. But, saying that, LGBTQ, like, which one is it that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them?
Kyrie Irving.
Yeah. They kept him on, right?
Yeah, he's still playing.
So there you go.
Situation. He actually got suspended, but that was like.
But he didn't get suspended for saying that the world was flat. He got suspended because he didn't want to take the vaccine, right?
Yeah, shut up, Kyrie Irving. I'm kind of surprised there's not more.
I think he bailed on that flat Earth stuff, though. I think someone schooled him.
He might have bailed on that. Okay. But every time there's a flat Earth thing, it'll be late at night, and that should flare up for everybody.
I see Avery was in here talking about it.
When I see a cake, cake that's under one of those domes, sometimes you'll have that cake, somebody will have that. I just think at a certain point, it all seems very bizarre.
It is very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
What does Jamie think? I think he thinks so.
About the universe?
What do you think, Jamie? And just be honest.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that consciousness creates reality. Not that reality is experiencing consciousness, that consciousness is, like, woven into reality. It's responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain these things. And I have to watch like 3 or 4 times to get into my fucking chimp brain. But I do a fairly good job of absorbing it. And I see what they're trying to do. Those quantum experiments, like the slit experiment. There's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than whether they're not being observed. It's a very controversial, like, segment of science.
That's fascinating.
It's confusing. Quantum science is very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, how, like, particles can exist in different places and they communicate with they can exist and communicate, like, simultaneously in different parts of the world. Like, they're called quantum entanglement, these parts. And the idea is that if you can get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology and your understanding of how the universe works, that everything is entangled. And that there is no distance between objects. That you can actually instantaneously be anywhere. If they can figure out how to harness that. That it wouldn't just be particles at a distance instantaneously communicating, and they exist in like one of the things about like superposition, like a particle can be both still and moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist. They go away and then they come back. They don't have any idea what the fuck is happening. It's weird, you know.
I think I would like to learn more about it. I think I just don't understand if you know things.
That's the thing. It's super confusing. Because at the beginning, the smallest, like whatever the world and the universe is made out of, the smallest.
You didn't do it correctly. You are making things in the paragraphs bold. Bold should only be for the title and the headings. Please do it again. Start with the title of the essay and move your way down.
It's fascinating and beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible. Look, it makes mountains, it makes valleys, lakes, oceans.
It's just crazy. We're here on this place, right? You know, one of the first things that I ever heard you say that has been in my mind was like, there was one time you were talking about this years ago. You were talking about we're on a ball of dirt and water, traveling through space at this many miles, and nobody's fucking talking about it, you know. And I've always remembered that, like, just like that. What a fascinating thing that we get to be here. And then this is how we behave. Like not us, and not all of us. We all do in some ways, but like this is how we behave.
You know, I think one of the problems is that we don't see space anymore. Yeah, because of light pollution. I think that's done something to us. That's dulled our understanding of our place in the universe, and that also might be a feature. It might not be a bug. It might be a feature because that's how we, instead of being in harmony with nature, we just keep our nose to the grindstone and keep chewing on Adderall and trying to break the stock market. Yeah, because we're just trying to get a new Lambo, baby. You know, I want a Richard Mille watch.
I want some cash.
I want a Rolls Royce Spectre. The guy with the stars in the ceiling, bitch.
When you fucking have real stars outside.
Are you sure this is part 1 and 2? Seems like it's just part 1.
Oh, dude, you never get to see the stars because you're living in Miami.
I know.
There's too many lights.
Sex trafficking.
But meanwhile, if you drive out to the middle of the country where there's no commerce going on at all, and you shut your car off and just lay in the hood, it's fucking magic. It's magic out there. Magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous.
It's a fucking big, huge.
Start over.
Nice
Part
thing.
1.
You realize, man,
Please.
oh my God, we are in space. Right. But you never realize that when it's just dark outside.
Well, because we forget, like, we're not even like, I don't know.
It's easy to not pay attention.
It is.
There's nothing to see. You look up, it's dark, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. You look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go. Look up, it's dark. Oh, my girlfriend just called me. I gotta go pick her up. Bye. You know, you're in your world, right? You're in your world. You're not thinking about fucking space.
And to think, dude, that, like, the crazy thing is sometimes if you lay there and look at the stars and stuff, it feels like, bro, and this is real shit I'm saying right now to me.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Look who has given up their time to be able to spend it with the coolest person on earth. What's up, big dog?
Yo. Doing laundry.
Oh, that's cool. Are we gonna watch a documentary?
Yeah, what's the Michael Jackson one called?
Is your mom okay with watching it?
Well, I need to vet it first.
You need to vet it first. What is it? Okay. I don't know. Look at top documentary films. It's the number 1 on the top 100.
Alright, let me check it out. Man, I hate losing shit. Do you ever lose shit? Probably not.
I lose stuff all the time. Sometimes I have to go back on my streams and see where I put stuff.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, it is.
Man, that's so weird.
What's so weird?
Looking for this stupid laundry. Oh, here it is. All right. There you go. There's no laundry. This is empty. I don't think we'll ever get out of this. Yeah. Sorry, why did you make the article on the ad hominem stuff?
It's an excellent question. So am I tire of the mudslinging that happens in the media and online that happens where you have someone who has an idea, whatever it may be. They say that I don't know that William Montgomery is my favorite comedian of all time. Could you understand somebody having that argument?
Um, yeah, but if they were saying that they're the number one fan, I would have to interject.
Okay, but with that being said, we're just talking about perhaps William Montgomery not even being the greatest comedian of all time, just a really good comedian or somebody who makes you laugh. So you have person A who says, I like William Montgomery. And then you have someone, person B, who says, William Montgomery is misogynistic, he's racist, he is uh, traditionalist, he is a person who is not a good comedian. In fact, I don't like anybody who likes William Montgomery because of these reasons. And it's like, okay, well, attack him not with words against him, but attack his comedy or whatever it is you feel makes him racist. And you may say, okay, well, what makes him racist? And they'll say, oh, he's racist because he says, I don't know, I ain't ever gonna stop. And one person may say that is the mocking of a certain group. Another person might just say that's just how he is. He's from the South, he's from Memphis, and that's what he's saying. It's a different interpretation. One person may consider that to be racist, another person may consider it to be not. And so you are basically saying that he's a bad person and a bad comic because of your particular interpretation of something that he does. I don't like that. If you are going to argue that Joe Rogan is racist and um, is anti whatever or is against science, it bothers me that you are attacking him. That's an ad hominem attack. You're not attacking his argument. What argument do you want to make? Oh, because he feels that I can't even say it on the YouTube stream, but like certain uh, medications that may be beneficial to horses are good to take if you get sick. But up until 2020, they were, according to the World Health Organization. Well, the people don't want to have that argument. They just want to say that he's anti-science. And I don't like those terms. They're dismissive. If you want to write an article about what Joe Rogan says, not what you interpret him to be. Does that make sense?
It does. Are there any times where an ad hominem is warranted?
Well, so here's the thing. By just calling someone a word, no matter what it is, there's an argument to be made that it's an ad hominem attack. So let me give an example. Uh, and a word, it depends on the context. So you might say, Joe Rogan is a man and he has a podcast. Okay, that's fine. But uh, if you say Joe Rogan is a man and has a podcast, uh, there's more There's more emphasis on that. Like being a man is bad. Like he has this idea of misogyny and the patriarchy, and um, so it can be interpreted both ways. Uh, by just calling him a man, for some people would just be like, well, I'm just defining of who he is for someone who doesn't know. For someone else, they may say that there's all this kind of negativity around that. The same can be said for a woman. You could say, uh, Nicki Minaj is female, or Nicki Minaj is a female. Okay, that's fine. But then other people could say Nicki Minaj is a female, like almost as if like that emphasis about all the things about being a female, of uh, perhaps aesthetics and beauty, and uh, or just like putting them in their place. That's just a female. That's just a man, or that's just a male. Uh, these types of arguments are used all the time. The ones that I really am combating are people who say, uh, who want to reject someone's valid, perhaps, argument, not based on the strength of that argument, but based on what they feel the person is. I don't like that. Does that make sense?
Did that happen to you or something?
No, it doesn't. It hasn't. I mean, it hasn't recently. It's not like one event triggered me to do this. What triggered it was the fact that I could put out a press release. When I put out press releases, I like to write, and especially with AI, I can do it very quickly, very efficiently, and have really good things to say. I feel, and then having like I had a blog, or like I just had one really long blog entry, and that's fine, but nobody's reading that. If I put out actual content that I like, that gets into the Google system, and then like helps people to know about who I am and what I do. Um, and like, I mean, I guess like there's an overall reason why I do that. So I was going on Reddit trying to get somebody to talk about me, and I kept submitting to the Kick subreddit. Who is this Rabbi Rothschild? Why do they keep spamming me? I kept putting that, and they kept rejecting. They kept rejecting. They kept rejecting. Then eventually somebody put it on there. I just wanted someone to notice me, and so instead of saying this is a tactic that Rabbi uses to be able to make people aware of his world peace project, they just say he's just a spammer, which is, I mean, it's true. I'm not denying that, but I'm more than that. There's a reason behind what I do. I just don't want you to click some link so I can drain your crypto account or hack into your system. I don't want that. If anything, I want you to come into my Discord and discuss peace with me. Is that so bad? Like, to me, one is nefarious and the other is quite righteous. And so when I read
They
biography,
don't complain about the billboards on the highway spamming them in the face.
that's true, or advertisements on their phone, or even advertisements on the radio. They don't consider it that.
Or on YouTube, every single YouTube video.
Exactly. And you have to understand that marketing companies came up with the term spam. If you want to know why it's called spam, it actually wasn't that. Why didn't we talk about this? Why it's called spam?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so spam is potted meat. I've never had it, but essentially, it is something that was used in World War II in England, because they were at war with Germany. And after the war, they had like 10 years of rations still available. All this potted meat. And so everybody got sick of it from like 1945 to 1955. So they call it spam. Like just anything that you had too much of was called spam. And then in the advent of the email age, they didn't have a name for unwanted emails. So they started using the same term that they used from the Cold War period and World War II as spam. So they'd say it's spam email, spam address, all that spam stuff. And then marketing companies and advertisers, especially, wanted to separate themselves from low quality advertisements. So when you had to pay for advertising, they would call that advertising or marketing. When you didn't, everything is called spam. And so it's all thrown into this organized group of stuff that I don't want. And in my opinion, I mean, I get what I do. I get why it's considered spammy. However, there's no really good definition of spam. I'll tell you this, I get people on Discord all the time who send me messages about Mr. Beast's Bitcoin. And is that Mr. Beast sending that stuff? No, but he pays firms to do that for him. Is Mr. Beast known as a spammer? No, because he has a big enough platform that people know what he does and why he's doing it. And also, he is in good graces of the marketing and advertising agencies. If you're in the good graces of marketing and advertising agencies, they call that self promotion or promotion. If you're not, they call it spam. Does that make sense?
I think if the definition of spam is simply anything that you don't want or request, then like almost virtually anything could be considered spam. Like people walking down the street, I didn't request that. Spam. Other cars on the road, every tree on earth, I did not request being there. They're spamming me. Like the mountains surrounding me are just full of trees being spammed. It's like I did not request that. So yeah, it's kind of broad.
I agree with you. 100% agree with you. So anyway, um, I I want to make sure that my online profile is more than just this person just makes bots and annoys people all day. I want them to know that I have very important knowledge that I want to share with the world. And if they want to learn about it, the best way that they can learn about it is through these uh, published articles. And if somebody thinks what I said was cool, they'll come in here and talk to me about it. I have gotten people who have read press releases that I've put out in the past, and they've come in here and been like, "That's really interesting. Uh, can we talk about it?" Absolutely, I'm open to those types of discussions. That's why I do it. So, knowing that there is a for I don't not a forum, but like a platform like um, Medium or Substack or something like that, where I can publish something and it's available on Google for people to be able to get is really cool. I like that.
I hear you. I'm gonna start streaming a documentary. I don't think my mom will like the Michael Jackson one, but I have a cool disco roller disco one. I
Okay.
think will be fire.
All right. I'm down.
Sweet. All right. Dum da dum da 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 dum da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum 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 dum. Who made that song?
Are you singing the
The intro
20th
song.
the 20th Century Fox song?
Yes,
I'll look it up.
it's a hit.
Alfred Newman in 1933. Did you hear me, Riser? Riser.